But anyway, carry on with the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, there was another word. I can't remember what word it was. It was to do with the whole agenda. Let's say.
The alphabet people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Cause we talked about it, but we never went into great detail. You understand? Yeah, the change. Obviously, the meaning of, the word woman in the Oxford Dictionary.
Yeah.
So now even the dictionary is confused. You know what I mean? Because the dictionary knew, at least one thing the dictionary knew, it stood for truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the dictionary is confused. You understand? And obviously, man now, just
that
like
the
woman,
next one as well?
is the same thing.
Okay, so man
Like,
and woman have been changed.
You understand? And obviously now they're trying to degender God
Oh,
I heard about that
yeah.
one.
to neutralize him.
Yeah, gender neutral.
Like, brother,
See.
listen, I've heard of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
I never heard of the gender neutral, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I don't know how that works.
I'm gonna say something controversial.
I know
Go
what
on.
you're gonna say.
You know what I'm gonna say.
This is the platform to fam. Come on.
For me, one, I don't believe in God, but if a God did exist, then it would be neutral. Because it wouldn't embody a physical vessel, would it, to have a sex?
I hear you, right? But if we going off what the so-called Bible says, right? Because when you go in court of law, they have you swearing on the Bible. When you go to church, they ask you, are you reading your Bible? Do you know your Bible? You understand? So if these people are claiming God and claims that they're Christian or Catholic or Muslim or whatsoever the case is, then the same thing should stand.
Yeah.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. There's no gender neutral. The fact that you're trying to change that, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But I kind of agree with you, the omnipotent being, spirit holder, energy giver, whatever.
Yeah, it wouldn't have a gender. But yeah, I understand. According to their doctrine, it would have a gender, or it does have a gender.
Yeah, it's a mad thing.
You see, I was watching something today earlier, and it was basically saying, how do we have a conversation about these things if we can't define basic reality? Like these words that are coming out of our mouths, they have meaning.
Yeah.
You have to interpret it exactly the way I mean it based on the
words you
dictionary
use.
definition of these words. So now if we start manipulating it and moving it about, it's like we're just going to start talking past each other. I'm not going to know. When you're referring to a man, how do I know now what
exactly you're talking about?
exactly?
Yeah.
And I think that's what
true, it's
the
true.
agenda is to muddy the waters, isn't it? It's first, they make you start questioning everything that you know to be
True.
Look at MAP, paedophile. Change the. You heard they're changing. They're changing that to MAP, minor attracted person.
Yeah.
So they're softening.
What the?
Yeah. If
Yeah.
you look at it, the term paedophile is now considered to be an offensive term to paedophiles. So now you are not now supposed to use the word paedophile anymore. You're supposed to use the words minor attracted person. So what they do is they soften the impact of the word to make the act seem lesser
than
serious.
it is.
Yeah. And to give it some weight, like those studies saying that scientists have proven that like to be physically attracted to minors is actually not, as if it's not a big deal. And I heard that about 5-6 years ago, or 5 years ago. And
We were
remember
having
I
a
said it to
conversation
you.
about this, yeah.
I said, watch, from that, something else is going to come out of it.
Yeah.
And that's where we arrive at with minor attracted person. From that, who knows where we're going. Like,
But I could, you know what it is? I hear what you're saying, and this is why I speak up on like topics like this, even though a lot of other people are scared to. You understand where I'm coming from? Because I see the effect it's going to have on generation after generation
Yes,
after generation. And
exactly.
guess what? I'm going to be dead and gone. And what? I'm going to claim to say I enjoyed my life and I left the world to piss. Nah, man, I can't do that.
That's the thing.
You understand? I can't do that. Because, you know, Nicola Sturgeon, right? That Scottish Prime Minister,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know when this description of what is a woman, what is a man, right?
Yeah.
So basically, I think the story is a known rapist, right? Excuse me, that was a different burp. A known rapist or some madness like that. He basically went into the female toilets, saying, I'm a woman,
Yeah.
this woke nonsense, you understand? And raped a woman in the toilets.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from? Like, this is the level of the woke madness we're going. You understand? You allowed this to happen.
But it's mad because
And the only thing that happens to them politicians, they just lose their job. That's the most. They bring in these heinous laws and policies, these heinous acts, and the only thing they do, they lose their job.
But the thing is, why do you think they go with it? Like, I don't, because let's be real, yeah. The alphabet people are when you look at it in terms of population wise,
It's a small minority.
very small minority,
But
right? It's growing,
yeah,
but very small minority
yeah,
right now.
yeah.
So it's like what's in it? Budweiser just did it. I think it's Budweiser. They just put that. They put
I can't remember what.
Trans guy, woman. They put one of them people on in their adverts.
Yeah.
So it's like from a sales point of view, they've lost 4 billion worth of sales since doing that because their core base
Was
are not for that. So now your core base has seen that, they're moving away now. So where does the logic come in where you're now only trying to appeal to the small minority?
I'll tell you,
Go on.
because that small minority has power. You understand?
Is it them that have the power?
Listen, you have to listen now, my friend. That small minority has realized, because I'm not going off statistics, I'm just going off what I see by experience. That small minority, unlike the black race, have realized their power. You understand? They group together, whether it's on social media, out here protesting. You understand? Because guess what? The woke mob got you up in the corners, can't even say what a woman is when you know what directly a woman is. The woke mob got you speechless as a politician, as a celebrity. You get me? As a face of the people. They got you silenced. I'm telling you, these people realize their power, innit? You understand?
But what is
they
it?
will say whatever they need to say, do whatever they need to claim homophobia all day long to silence you. You will lose your job. You will lose a lot of things.
See-
Your kids even.
I don't think they have the power. I think what it is because remember, they can scream all they want, right? For how many decades has black people been screaming racism, police brutality, right? You weren't listened to because there's a layer above and above that has to also buy in to what you're subscribing to help you project your voice. So they have some kind of buy-in somewhere, layers above. It's not them.
You're asking what's the driving force behind them? What's the power behind them?
Yeah, because the media are on their side.
Yeah.
Right? The politicians are on their side. Right? Corporations are now starting to be on
to
their
conform to them.
side.
Yeah.
Brother.
Social media is on this.
Brother.
Like this.
Listen, you see, when you have the power to take somebody's livelihood just by a few comments and acting unruly, when you have the power to take somebody's job just by commenting as I said, the people realize they have a certain type of power, but and they're using it.
But I think the question is, what gives them that power?
That's what I'm saying. Because silent
He's asking what gives them that power.
Go on.
Alright, I'm a pupil in the school.
Yeah, so am I.
He's the head of the year.
Yeah.
You're the headmaster.
All right, then I'll work
Right?
with that.
I'm the pupil.
Yeah.
He's another pupil. Right? He screams foul. But you two have no respect for him whatsoever. You lot don't respond to any foul he screams. And maybe he's really screaming foul for real. But I scream foul, and anytime I scream foul, you two jump like... You two jump to attention, and anything I want, you lot are pandering to me.
Yeah.
Why? I'm just a student. So I must have something over you, or you lot must have some bigger plan for me that you lot are prepared to, when I say he upset me, you're prepared to kick him out of school.
All right, then, put it this way. If I'm your enemy, right, this is how I see it, right? If I'm your enemy, God knows I'm going to use almost anything I can to step on you, blood. You get me? To get you out of the game, your competition. Do you understand? So guess what? If I can use their voice over there to apply pressure on you, I'm going to do so.
But who are you in this analogy? Who are you? I'm trying to understand. Who are
put
you?
it this way. I'll go straight to it. I'm the politicians.
Okay.
You're a politician.
Okay.
He's a politician. He's a politician. Me and him might even be rubbing shoulders and say, all right, and cool, you know what? The woke mob out there kicking up a fuss, right? But you see, the next topic that's going to go into the House of Lords, right, is it kind of affects them a little bit, right? But if it gets passed in 5 years, we know it's not going to benefit us over here as Labours. I'm just saying whether it's Labours or Tories or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to benefit us. So how about this, right? We use their voice over there to push our narrative in the House of Commons so we can claim homophobic or some kind of irrationality that will give us a step up over the competition. You get me? Because we're trying to use them to silence you. You understand? We're trying to use them to make you move different. You understand where I'm coming from?
But that's a dangerous game, though.
But they don't care.
Because you don't walk on water. And no one in your party walks on water. So at some point, someone in your party is going to trip up.
Yeah.
And your feet is going to be held to the same fire. So this is why I don't think the game is being played at the political level. The game is being run at the political level. I think there's.
Oh nah. We can go there maybe another time, maybe. But I directly know what you're talking about, and we're probably going to go there later on because it kind of ties into.
I wanted to connect. It
kind of ties into the stuff that we're going to be talking about because obviously we all have different opinions. Whether you're wrong, right, it's still an opinion based on what we see and you know the facts and the stats that are available, right? Yes, people, silent business. You know what time it is. You literally just caught us having a little, question, protect the kids. Free the man.
Leave the kids alone, man.
Get me?
That's my message. Leave the kids alone.
But yeah, man, people, you know what time it is.
Just a messenger.
Don't shoot. Yeah, first topic. You know what? Stop it, people. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm excited right now. Right, I'm gonna let the guests introduce themselves. Right, starting from my left.
Back again, it is Ty.
J2. I don't even know my Instagram. Junior Cool J on Insta, and yeah, that's it, man.
And cool. We'll roll with that. Junior Cool J on Instagram, people. Hit him up. The muscles are. Yeah, he's putting in the work in the gym, people. You get me? Hey, listen. We don't want no street walkers sliding into man's DMs. You get me? You belong to the subway. You better move yourself. You belong to the subway. The streets ain't good enough for you no more. But now, here we go, people. Why do black people unite and react to racism and not build a black community where we can thrive and have what we can call our own and not constantly be going through the back and forth and be playing this victim mindset? Yeah, I'm going to start with my learning friend over here, Ty.
Yeah, where can I start? I think we get into a position where we're very comfortable being the victim. So people can have what you would call a pity party and feel sorry for us, because it's much harder to actually pull yourself up by your own bootstraps versus just staying in the victim mentality. Yeah, at the moment that's what I've got to say. We like to play the victim rather than doing the actual work that needs to be done and to unite.
Well, you know, some people say I'm a heartless, bro. Ty says I'm heartless.
Well, you
I have zero
like,
sympathy for people who always crying the R word, man. Like, yeah, it exists. We do know it exists, but is every situation that we think is that? Nah. There's a lot of what I feel is a mix up between classism and racism, where people perceive a situation to be tailored to a specific race of people, where I maybe see it more targeted at a specific class of people, like lower income, whatever. Because I grew up in 2 different council estates. And yeah, there was a lot of black people, but there was also a lot of white people in those same council estates living the same sort of life that I was living. So me growing up, I didn't even really have much experience of racism, what I know to be racism, to be honest with you. And to be honest, I say this to all my friends, yeah. The most racist terms I've ever been called growing up was at the hand of black people, to be honest with you. Like, as an African growing up in Stonebridge or growing up in St. Ras in the 80s and 90s, you was getting called bare names. Boo-boo, all of these names. So I was never hearing anything racial from white people towards black people. That's not to say that the experiences, that's not to say that they weren't bigger agendas to keep us in those settings.
Yeah.
But like I said, there was a lot of white people in there as well.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Asians in there as well. So I don't know. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of a lot of the time it's easier to just say I'm harmed, I'm the victim of something, rather than looking at the role you played
in that as well.
in you know where you are in life. Yeah. So and
boy, I hear what you I hear what you're saying. It's kind of like the Black Lives Matter, innit? You hear me? Like, cause you know, people went out in groves. They went out in force. You understand? For George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. You understand? They said they're tired of, you know, black people being killed by the hands of police. But then when you kind of look at, you know, the stats coming from America, you know, it seemed like white people were being killed more or less just on the same rate as black people. You understand where I'm coming from, right? And when you check out George Floyd's passing, you know what I mean, and you find out he's probably he's been arrested between 14 and 20 times. You understand he's committed so many misdemeanors and so many other offences. You understand he even robbed a woman and held her at gunpoint with her friends and that. You understand, but people still rolled out. You understand, and you know was, you know, like committing certain type of crimes when it comes to defacing public property, buildings, all that type of stuff. And then it's like, you guys didn't even do your research. You did all of that just to come back to the same point where you're bickering between yourselves and not making any plans where we can say, you know what, let's build a foundation so generation after generation can add on. So we can get to a point where we can deal with these type of what you call black killings by police differently, we'll get the right type of justice.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
But obviously, they're
That
not
legal
going.
support and things like that. Yeah.
You get me? So yeah.
Even
You know,
just,
when it comes to when it comes to the George Floyd thing, I'm kind of sitting on the fence, because on one hand, the police are there to serve and protect the public,
Yeah.
the masses. So I can understand the uproar of a black person or any person in particular dying by the hands of the police versus dying from the hands of a citizen. Do you understand? So I understand that the inception of the Black Lives Matter group was solely for the purpose of
Monetary
helping-
gain.
okay.
you think it
because
started
who
off with a good
benefited?
cause?
It
Because
started
who
off with a
benefited?
good cause,
Spiraled
yeah,
out of-
and then it spiraled, not knowing that who was actually funding Black Lives Matter group, and the people that are actually in charge of Black Lives Matter group had their own alternative agenda. So for us, from the outside, we're looking to the inside. We thought it was for black people, the betterment of black
But
people,
look at it. Look at it.
but behind the scenes, it was a different story.
Easily led though. We were easily led, and it's the same of most of the trash that's going on now.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
It's like we're easily led and we're quick to follow.
yeah, but we were led for a small amount of time when it comes to Black Lives Matter, because a lot of people went on their website and saw what their actual agenda was. It was a feminist gay movement. It was for the betterment of the LGBTQ community, of people of color. It wasn't for a nucleus family. It weren't for justice for over population of incarcerated black men. It wasn't for none of that kind of stuff.
But you see, to your point about white people, the stats about white police killings of white people, there was even a similar George Floyd story regarding a white person where the police was kneeling on a white person and killed the white person as well.
Okay.
My thing is this: the media don't cover those.
No.
Because that doesn't spark uproar.
Yeah.
That doesn't spark a community to get angry and to go and loot and to go and thing. So again, I go back to tying into what we was talking about earlier. There's entities that thrive on divide and conquer.
Yeah, yeah.
They thrive on me not liking you because I'm from one place, you're from another place. They thrive on you not liking her because you're male, she's female. They thrive on constant division.
Yeah.
And one person in particular, I don't know if you lot have done your research on a gentleman named George Soros.
Yeah.
You've heard about it.
Yeah, we've heard of
The
Soros.
biggest donor
Yeah.
to Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
He's also the biggest donor to the Democratic Party in America. The same party that claims to be for black people and claims to be for the underprivileged, but yet still keep the underprivileged in order to continuously...
The cycle.
Yeah. So it's just like, it's mad when you don't, when you're constantly fed the stories of black killing, another police black killing, another police killing black people. It's like you have to ask yourself, why are you telling me this every single time? There was a period in the UK about 4 years ago where the year started off mad. Bare knifings, bare youth. Do you remember that? Bare youth stabbings.
One summer where it was just almost every week.
Yeah. And they just kept reporting it. And it's like, why you keep reporting it? Because there's a reverse effect to what you're doing, which is you're telling other kids who don't carry knives, you're making them feel like, rah, every youth's carrying a knife. Maybe I need to pick up a knife now. Because, rah, man's are getting stabbed left, right, and center. I need... So I feel like there's this constant reverse psychology type messaging that they're putting out.
Remember what I said?
What's that?
We shook the box, blood. We shook the box. You got black ants, you got red ants in a box.
Oh, yeah.
Scientists pulls up the cover. You understand? The black ants and the red ants meet in the middle. You understand where I'm coming from? They're cool, they're mingling, they're getting to know each other. They're like, oh, rah. man's cool, bro. You understand?
Yeah,
But guess
yeah,
what?
yeah.
The scientists decide he's gonna shake the box.
Yeah.
Guess what happened? Bro, they went at each other, started ripping each other apart, blood. Oh, now they're still ripping each other apart. But they don't even know somebody shook the box and caused this to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
You get me? And guess what? Even if they did know, the primary focus is on
one
what's in
another.
front of them.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Instead of
The person that shook the box.
the person that shook the box. You get me? And that's basically what the hell is going on now. I understand. You get me? Like, we've been put against each other, whether, the way how I see it is this, right? Whether you're white, black, pink, purple, a dog, a chicken, you understand? We've been put against each other. You understand? Because obviously, the more you divide and keep us so-called entertain our attention away from what's going on, there's a lot of laws that are getting passed. And we don't even know until it's late. You understand? And it deeply affects us. You understand? But we're constantly worried about, you know, what each other's doing, or what you're wearing, or what you smell like, or what that girl there look like, or can I get some crutches tonight, or
what that celeb wore to the award show and all that stuff.
They're all
that
distractions,
just has
aren't
all
nothing-
distractions. You understand? There's a bigger goal at hand. So when people come to me and go, there's all these barricades and blockades because man's black and because of slavery. Man, get that. And I don't want you to forget it neither. I want you to hold that in your heart. You understand? I want you to remember it, and I also want you to do some historical research. And not just take your parents' word for it, that took somebody else's word for it, that probably didn't even do no research, regurgitating crap, and we're running off of it. You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah? But I'm just saying, we're in a day and age, even though there might be systematic racism or whatever the hell it is, you understand, or individual racism, you understand, taught.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from? Like, there's stuff that you can do to put yourself in a position
Thank you.
to get a better
Exactly.
outcome in life. So when I hear all this screaming, I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, I used to be one of them, lad. I used to be one of them.
I used to.
Because I didn't know any better. I'm not gonna pretend I did not know any better. So I was screaming from the hills, even when man used to go in shop and they used to treat man a certain way. Instantly I drew for the black card. It's because I is black. It's because I'm black he treating me this way. And instantly you kind of notice people would react different, act different. You understand? They'll kind of take a step back and be like, no, it's not with the thinking. And then you kind of, all right, and cool, raw, that's a weapon I can use, right? But not knowing it's a weapon that has long-term consequences on your mind.
It's a weapon
Understand?
that's forged against yourself as well. Because the longer you use it, the more you convince yourself that it's real.
Yeah.
And the less, should I say, work you're willing to do to get yourself out of that position. Like I said earlier, you start becoming comfortable in your victimhood rather than going out and doing the work. But don't get me wrong, like, there is racism out there is prejudice out there. Sometimes when you do go into certain shops, you are looked at a certain way due to stereotypes. And unfortunately, some stereotypes are based in facts. Do you understand? So again, we have to take accountability sometimes. We can't just use excuses.
The thing that bugs me is that, let's be real, man. Racism is not going nowhere.
No, it's not.
It's not gonna go. It's not going anywhere.
No.
Like, so to keep whining about it, or to keep using it as an excuse for everything, it's an excuse for some things. It's not an excuse for everything.
Yeah.
But you have people who make it an excuse for everything, and those people annoy me. Like, it's just annoying. Like, just think about it for a second. Yeah. Our ancestors.
Yeah.
Big up to our ancestors.
The life we are able to live today, do you think our ancestors would be more upset that we don't make the best of it, or screwing about elements of it that maybe we ain't got yet, or that we claim not to
our ancestors would be rolling. Like, let's be honest, they'll be
honest,
rolling in their grave right now. They're rolling in their grave right now, flipping upset at what the hell
That's what I'm
we've become.
saying. I genuinely think we're doing a disservice
Genuinely,
when we're not
Yeah.
trying to make the most of
The opportunities we
the
have.
opportunities we have and the resources we have.
true.
We all have access to the same information. Yes, there was a time information was hidden from us.
Yeah.
By the white man.
Yeah. You weren't allowed to read.
You weren't allowed to read certain things. You didn't have access to certain books. Now we kind of all have access to the same things. So it goes back to what you were saying, Silent Business, about people, laws being changed, laws being brought in. We all have access to see those laws, you know. We all have access to read those.
That's true.
But how many of us do?
That's true.
We
That's
don't.
true.
Yeah.
And then when it's put in place, and then it affects us, we moan about it. But how much?
Bro, even the ones that are in place, we don't even look at.
There you go.
That's true. How many people know their rights?
Bro, this is it. You understand?
Exactly.
You know what it is? I kind of start getting to grips with some rights from when I was young, and I used to be stopped and searched by police a lot. You understand where I'm coming from, right? Because I don't know, now that I'm older, police, like, they don't even look in my direction. It's weird, but when I was younger, it's like they made it their business to build a certain type of fear inside of me. You understand where I'm coming from, right? So they don't even have to be there. I could just think of them and I will be deterred from doing what the hell I probably wanted to do. That's probably out of what they will call illegal behavior.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from, right? I'm just saying, bro, it's like living in a day and age of people are just moving getting a little bit too comfortable.
But going back to what you were saying, I just want to add on that I agree, our ancestors will be very, very disappointed in us. Do you know what I mean? Because they were in a position, their environment was slavery. Their environment was segregation. Their environment was Jim Crow laws. Do you understand? And they still managed to build Black Wall Street and many other cities like that. What are we doing now? We're not in segregation. We're not living in Jim Crow. We're not living in a period where you just literally walk down the road, there's a possibility of you getting hanged from the nearest tree. We don't live in the slavery. We're not in chattel slavery anymore.
We have freedom of speech.
Yeah, we have freedom of speech.
Huh?
We have
To a degree.
Okay.
Unless you talk about
The thing is,
certain
yeah, even in this subject,
Freedom of expression in England breaks down in two parts. You understand? One is you actually have the freedom to say what you want without any law or whatever being passed. But then it breaks down into the second part where it's like
consequences.
you have to be responsible
Yeah.
for what you say because it can, it can be used against you.
What I mean is our ancestors couldn't even talk. They weren't even allowed to. You know what I mean? They weren't even allowed to express themselves in any capacity.
Yeah. But
yeah.
regardless of freedom of speech, I don't even think that's even to a certain degree necessary to get us out of the position of poverty. Do you understand? But it is a right that we have that they didn't. So I understand
The only
that
point I'm
point.
making is your mere ability to moan about your circumstance is a privilege that you don't even
Within
realise is a
itself.
privilege
That's
within
true.
itself.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the point I meant by it.
Yeah.
But go on anyway.
So, we got freedom of movement. We've got resources. We've got money. Thing is, how much money, especially in America, because this statistic always comes out, isn't like $1 billion or $2 billion we spend every Christmas in America over the
Black
holiday.
people, black
African Americans.
I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
And it's like
that is the number around about there.
around about there.
There you go.
And it's like you got so much money, and what you doing with it? You're not building nothing. You're not creating nothing. You're just spending it. You're just consumers, and that's what we are. We're so consumed about what kind of jeans we're wearing, what kind of jacket we're wearing, what kind of crepes we're wearing, things like that. But at the end of the day, those things don't last, and we're not bettering ourselves about it. Again, you just want to look nice, but play the victim.
Exactly.
This is all I know. So listen, now in the black community, it's kind of a little bit crazy for me.
But you know what? Let me
you could go
soften the blow a little bit, innit?
Go on.
Because I do have this opposite thought sometimes where I'm like, all right, how many years were we in slavery overall? Like, we're talking hundreds of years, isn't it?
Yeah,
like,
about 245, I think it's that. So roughly.
Almost 300 years.
Yeah, almost 300.
How many years have we been fully out?
More or less 2 or 3 lifetimes. Let's say
Exactly.
2 generations lived up to the age of 100. So we've been out, what, just under 300 years we've been out of slavery.
No. I'm talking even like,
What, even after slavery and all that?
Yeah.
Not that long.
That's what
Not
I'm
that
saying.
long. Less than 200 years.
That's what I'm saying. So we to a degree, we can argue that we are still, as a race, we are still living with the trauma in it.
Yeah, 100%.
We're still, like, it's going to be sometimes like an abused partner who was abused for 30 years.
It's not
and we're
gonna take her
expecting them
5
to
years.
recover after 3 years
Yeah.
of being out of that 30-year abusive relationship. So it's going to take work. I do think we as a race are making small strides, but we can always do better in it. That's in my opinion, we can always do
No,
better.
this goes back to what we were talking about in the car on the way here. Like,
Small strides, or we going backwards?
You reckon we're
going
backwards?
forwards. No,
as
we're
a
going
race,
forwards.
Because what it is, if we're talking like monetary wise and stuff like that, you can kind of say we're going forward.
Yeah.
But when we come to being educated and knowing and willing to do, you understand? We're going backwards. You understand? Because we have the information at our fingertips.
We're more educated, but us actually implementing the intelligence we have and doing things with it,
Exactly,
we are going
we're going
backwards. Like I mentioned, Black Wall Street,
Yeah,
we
we-
ain't had one since.
So it's all good saying, "Oh, I got a PhD," or "I'm a graduate." You're going backwards, though. You understand? Our mindset is literally reverting.
Yeah, in some
But
regards.
do you think that's black people in general, or do you think it's society in general? Because I think as a man,
Black people in general, because we're the ones got the loudest voice, always complaining about something, always complaining about some kind of mishap. Somebody do this to us, and
if you notice with
You-
society,
you understand?
society is
But-
rewarding complaining now. Society is we are in a race to the bottom. It's like, who can be the biggest victim?
Yeah.
This is it.
That's what
We complain because we want something better, right? Like, people complain because they want something better.
no,
I don't even know if it's that. I don't even think it's
people complain because they just genuinely ain't got nothing else to do. They got bare time on their hands. You understand? Their mind ain't being consumed by doing anything that makes sense. So all they're gonna do is complain. Oh, I'm bored. Oh, I ain't got nothing to do. Oh, life is this. Oh, this person did this. Oh, made my day feel crap. Life is amazing. What are you talking about?
exactly.
The thing is, I think it only happens in the Western world as well.
Mainly,
Because it's a privilege to be able to be in a position to complain.
That's what I'm saying.
Because on the other side of the world, they're so busy surviving
Exactly.
and playing their gender roles, they don't have time to complain. It's only us in the Western world, the developed, so-called developed
we
world.
don't realize what
That
a
we're
privilege
complaining.
that in
Yeah,
itself
that within
is the
itself.
privilege, and you're moaning
Yeah,
about.
and we're moaning
you-
about it.
Like, yeah, it's mad. It's mad.
I think I told this to you the other day. It was a short clip of Joe Rogan's podcast, and he was saying that somebody told him that at every brink of a collapse of civilizations, they argue about sex, like gender. They have gender wars.
Oh, is it?
So Greece fell. Just before they fell, they had gender wars and things like that. Same with Rome as well. It goes back to I haven't all read it, but the rodent, Universe
Oh, yeah, the-
25.
the thing you sent me.
that
Yeah.
It's very important. People should read that. What was it called?
Oh,
Grab it up
Universe
again.
25.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
Universe
read- you read
25. You read it?
Bro,
That's what's literally going on now.
Who was it? I think it was me. I'm the one that posted it first. And then I think you told me this was interesting. I think you said you was going to do some research on it or something like that.
Is that what you posted?
Yeah.
Because somebody said, I was at work the other day and somebody
I
sent it
in
to
a
me.
group or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Universe 25
Yeah,
and
about the rodents.
The rodents.
yeah, the
Yeah,
rats
rats.
and
Yeah.
beautiful males.
Yeah. Oh, I remember you talking about that. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. That's crazy that I was at work
experiment.
yesterday. Yeah. I was at
Yeah,
work
yeah,
yesterday
yeah,
and we was having a conversation about society, and he sent me that.
Yeah.
But I didn't even look at the one you sent.
Oh,
but yeah,
okay.
I've read it briefly.
Yeah.
It's very
Bro,
profound.
It
It's
look,
very
it's
good.
exactly the way society's going.
And they repeated the experiment many times. They repeated the
Yeah.
experiment like 20 times, and every time
Same
this
outcome.
happened.
results.
The
Yeah.
thing
Same
is, they
result.
are rats. Huh?
Yeah.
And they have less communicative skill,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
maybe that's different on humans. That has to be tried on humans.
Yeah.
The thing is, you cannot just like it's different.
But
I don't
the
know.
comparison is scary.
Yeah, it
'Cause
is.
It's
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
down
yeah.
to the T, and I think they use rats because so same as lobsters as well. They form hierarchies,
Yeah.
and their behaviors are very similar to human beings.
Yeah,
That's why they use rats as
Yeah.
well. It's
And the
it's a really good
the,
read,
the
man.
mad bit is when I read that they took the pretty boys
Yeah, the pretty
out
boys.
and put them amongst another community to see if
They would do
their
the same
behavior
thing.
would,
Yeah,
behavior didn't change, and they still died
What was
out.
interesting was the part where it said the unattractive rats or the rats that weren't getting no play. What was it? Oh, I forgot about what they said. Yeah, they started. What did they start doing? No, I think that was the beautiful rats that started attacking each other. Was it?
No. The
was it-
powerful rats,
Yeah.
the top of the food
The
chain rats.
aggressive- the
started-
aggressive
yeah, the
ones.
aggressive.
Yeah.
The powerful rats
But the-
started attacking.
The ones that
Yeah.
weren't getting no play, I think they just kept to themselves.
Yeah,
And then
those
they-
are the ones that turned the beautiful males.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
Is
the
it?
one-
Yeah, they were
are
not
the ones
making
that
any
got beat
relation.
up, are the ones that got beat up and the ones that weren't doing nothing
Any
else.
relation,
You get
yeah,
me? They
yeah.
turned the beautiful males, so they weren't foraging for food. They weren't doing nothing.
They
You
weren't
understand?
even making kids, so
And
that's
guess what?
why
And guess
it
what?
was
The
a decline
females
as
now-
well in
Decline
the
of
population.
The females now became
masculine.
more masculine.
Yeah. When
because
I
the
read
males
that-
Yeah.
weren't providing.
When I
You get
read
me?
that-
and the other males were so called too aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, oh.
But what stunned me was I didn't read it fully, but I'm not too sure what group of rats it was where they just started engaging in homosexuality. Did you get that far?
that was quite.
That the
I
whole
didn't
Up at the
get
beginning.
that far, fam.
No.
bro, it was mad because the whole experiment, the conclusion was that
No, the power. It was again. It
Was
was
it
the
the
powerful
powerful
ones.
You know what? You need to send that to
It
me. You
was-
need to
I'll
send
send
the
it
whole
to you
thing to
It was the
me.
Yeah.
powerful rats, the ones that were the top of the hierarchy. They started effing anything in sight.
yeah, started
They started
raping
raping
everyone.
Everything, male and female.
Yeah.
And again, I ain't been up there. I ain't been in them rooms, yeah. But when you hear about when you get into certain
Oh,
rooms,
celebrities.
bro. Again, this sounds very similar to real life, bro.
It was mad because it was that if you have like food and water, the basic survival
Yeah.
necessities, you start. It's not at the forefront anymore. So you start getting bored, and they'll start engaging in certain things that they quote unquote shouldn't engage in. But what I was stunned about and I couldn't work out is what was the catalyst for them to start engaging in same sex. Because they had abundance of food and water, they were living nice.
They were, yeah,
And
they had
and-
everything. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They had everything.
Yeah.
So they basically probably because of they got bored, they didn't really know what to do. They started to
Yeah.
get aggressive and aggressive.
Yeah.
Some of the rats, the beautiful rats, they didn't do nothing. They didn't
Yeah.
like
They
engage
just
in sex.
ate
They
and
just
slept.
They
That's
just
what it
ate and
says, yeah.
slept. Were like
Yeah.
better in shape. They were less attacked from even the aggressive ones.
Yeah.
But that meant that they were not making other beautiful rats.
Yeah, they stopped producing.
Yeah. So basically only aggressive ones were making. So the DNA just like got mashed up badly, and
But again,
Bro, it seemed like there was a hierarchy. There was some leadership, but there was no culture. I understand. There was no, this is how we do it as rats. You understand? This is how male rats do it. This is how female rats do it. Or whatever the case is, you understand? Male rats, we go out here and forage for the cheese, blood. You understand? What you talking about? I don't know, because it seems like, as I said, they had hierarchy, they had leadership,
Yeah.
but along the way, shit broke down where, like some of the rats were identifying as rats anymore. Press one of them buttons, fam.
Emotional.
Yeah.
No, they were forming groups, so they were
Yeah.
forming separate groups. As soon as they came to like a limit of people who like could live fine inside, they were forming like groups.
Yeah, their own little
there-
factions. Yeah.
And there where the aggression starting, where there were like bonds between only certain people, and the aggression came even inside the groups. In the end, so that's when the complete disintegration of the
Again.
population came.
Going back to the higher ups
Yeah.
Yeah.
that I refer to, you hear stories though. When you like, even Andrew Tate says it to a degree, but he doesn't go fully into it. But he says, how much pum pum is enough pum pum? Like
Yeah.
at some at some point,
Yeah.
it becomes bored. Like
Yeah.
So there's an argument to say that with these people, they got access to so much that at some point they get bored of that and want to try. And bro,
Boy,
bro,
it takes a special type of person to
bro.
kind of.
And if you think about the power that these people hold,
Yeah.
it would make sense as to why certain agendas then get pushed down. That's what I was trying to understand from you is why do certain groups have the support of the powerful elite? And is it because the powerful elite subscribe to the same?
I get your point. Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Bruv.
Like,
And they do, because
They
they have
do.
so many conspiracies, Pizzagate, aka kids stuff,
exactly. So if
homosexuality stuff,
these
yeah,
people
casting
up
couch,
there
all that.
feel as though, listen,
Yeah.
I'm a MAP.
Yeah.
How now I want to start an agenda, get the ball rolling to
Yeah.
make this
Something that's
accessible
Yeah.
to all
Yeah.
and make it acceptable.
Yeah.
Well, it's mad. Well,
Listen to this, right? A policy of extending a country's power, influence through colonization, use of military force and other means, right?
You might wanna repeat
Imperialism
that.
don't give a flying F what color you are, who you are, where you're from. They don't even give a hell about your nationality or culture, brother. Do you understand? Because we're all the ants.
Exactly.
We are all the ants. And imperialism is the enemy. Yeah? Because listen, if you look at it, if you're looking at it like a race thing, you can say the white man has plundered other white men, has plundered black men, has plundered all, more or less all the known countries on this planet.
Indians.
You understand? Plundered Indians, Turks. I've plundered literally everybody. So if you want to say it's a race thing, then you're just moving mad. Because everybody had some form of slavery. Most nations were in some form of slavery. But we're not talking about their slavery. We're only primarily talking about our slavery.
The only
I
thing
don't know
is,
what that is.
Our
Right?
one was
So-
extreme though.
no, I
Yeah.
hear you.
It
But
was
you,
totally
have,
different.
but you have to understand. But you see, you guys went back to the excuse again. It was
No, no.
extreme.
No,
It
no,
was
no.
totally
It's
different.
reasons.
Instead of looking at other people ones were totally extreme, but do we actually know about it? You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I
So we
think
can't just say ours are extreme because we know about our ones,
Yeah.
but we don't know about their ones.
No, the thing
You
is,
understand
but
where
I
I'm coming
think our
from?
one is
So
well
what I'm saying-
documented.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
the
guess
thing
what?
is, the most heinous ones are documented in history.
Watch it.
The Holocaust, slavery.
Watch this. We are not minority by any means. We are majority.
On a
'Cause if-
global scale,
I
yeah.
on a global scale.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from, right? If you keep the fighting in house, come on, bro.
Yeah,
You understand? If you keep the fighting in house, where you're talking about our crime was, what we got done to us was worse than them, and no. Our one is just publicized. We are the majority. Keep us fighting amongst ourselves and keep us with this victim mindset. We ain't gonna get anywhere. We're not gonna mobilize. We're not gonna, start building foundations. You understand where I'm coming from? Right? You keep the strong down as any means you can. You understand? So meanwhile, they're plundering everywhere else. They're making it seem like, like the issue is black. So we're focusing on ourselves instead of what the real issue is, black.
No, I
That's
do
what
hear
I
you.
think.
No,
That's
I do
what
hear you.
think.
And
I'm
I
not
don't think
saying that's
yeah.
what it is.
I don't
That's
disagree
just
with what you're
my
saying.
opinion.
Yeah.
But when it comes to imperialism, you have to remember there could be also another agenda. Could be a secondary agenda. Because if we look at history, ever
Yeah,
since
all that too. As I said, imperialism don't care what gender, what sex,
Yeah.
what race. It don't care what.
so you can have that
Yeah.
as the primary source or the agenda, but
Yeah.
you can have many agendas, but beneath that or
Yeah,
behind
yeah,
that.
yeah.
What I'm saying throughout human history, in particular when Europeans met Africans, there's always been a war waged on Africans in the sense of genocide, where they want to obliterate the whole population. We look at how slavery went. After that, they created eugenics with Plan B, parenthood, and things like that. They put that in low income neighborhoods where predominantly is African Americans. There's so many things that they've done throughout history to eradicate our race. That can still be the truth, while what you say could be the truth also. I don't think they're separate at all.
I agree. It's not. I don't think it's either or.
Yeah.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I think it's but like I can. How can I say this?
Well, you know what it is? If you're going to put it that way, right, then it kind of sounds like, in that terms, it sounds like the only thing that they could be worried about, apart from the imperialism and the black people, as we so-called talk about, is genetic annihilation.
Precisely. Because
You understand? 'Cause
if you're saying that we're the majority and they're
we are
the
but They
minority,
make us feel like
we're the minority.
There you go.
We can literally breed out all races on this planet
Yeah.
by just having intercourse and having children with the opposite sex.
Just our DNA
their
alone
races.
is a mad thing, blood.
Do you understand? So the decline of Europeans is dropping drastically in the Western world.
They push feminism and fuck themselves up, but then now imperialism capitalizes. So do they give a understand? And then it comes back to okay, because we know, say if you're talking about imperialism, I don't give a fuck about sex, race, and all this. Then it has to be a certain what do you call it? Different type of nationalities, probably. You know what I mean? At the
Ethnic
top.
groups.
Yeah, having this agenda going, you understand? But at the top of it, that genetic annihilation is like, no matter how I still think of imperialism as the top thing, because that's what's always been going on.
Yeah.
That because the other day I stumbled upon some information, and that genetic annihilation thing is just kind of got me rethinking a lot, a lot of things. Because even like some of the subliminals that they use, even when you're playing chess, you understand, and you got the white pieces and the black pieces, right? The white piece is always on offense.
Yeah.
The black piece is always on defense. As I said, subconscious and subliminally, you've been programmed. You don't even know it. You understand? The other side, if you want to look at it that way, is programming subconsciously, and they don't even really you understand.
Yeah.
Like for instance, right? When you look at the penis, right? What does it shape like? Don't it shape like a gun?
Yeah.
When it's out like this, or you could say even if you're pointing it up because you might want to shoot a bird. Understand? And guess what? See the ball bags now, the hanger grip.
Yeah.
And guess what? I'm on boss, but
Bang.
thing I
bang.
shoot out. You understand? So guess what? You can impregnate your women. You had to find an equalizer. So that's why they call when they made the gun the great equalizer. You understand? How much black men are incarcerated and dead because of the great equalizer?
Yeah.
You understand? I'm telling you.
I like that.
keep man in check. Easy, brother. It goes so deep. A lot of things like we know say subliminals work.
Yeah.
They sink deep into your subconscious. You understand? And you're moving a certain way, you don't even know why. You hit me? I want advert come up. You're preeing a pair of shoes for months and you don't even know why. Because of that one advert and you probably never see it again.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, you know, it goes a bit crazy out here. You know what I mean? Anybody else want to say something?
But it goes back, going back to the early thing we was talking about before we actually started the pod, the live. Those people are the minority, but they're the loud minority. So they have everyone else thinking
that they're the majority.
They're the majority. And that's how all of this thing operates.
Is it that? Or because people are just trying to be nice to their own detriment?
It's the tolerance.
No. You know, it's a very good question. And you know what? Most people, if you speak, because it really started, a lot of this real strong wave like 10, 15 years ago really started because people were trying to be nice and just let
whatever
they don't want to offend people.
We don't want to. You understand that my son is my son. I will fight for my son and this
I don't
and
even
that.
think it's about not wanting to offend. I think it genuinely started from a position of good intention, in the sense of, remember it started with the L and the G.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why are these people cut out of certain things in society just because of their sexual preference?
Yeah.
That's a reasonable argument to most people, isn't it? Like, live and let live. Most people are live and let live people.
Yeah.
But you know what? Sorry to fast forward to now. I didn't give enough context, but I'm at a point where I'm like, nah. Like, you have to get to a point where you're like, nah. No more. No more. Because it's like, it's like the accommodating nature of man
has been taken advantage
to the point where
the floodgates
I now
are open,
feel like I'm the attacked.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, hold on.
Brother, they've used the women to soften the man. You understand?
No,
they've used the woman to soften the man, to get the man weaker to accept certain things that they know says corruption.
But it's not enough. It's not even enough that you just don't care about the topic.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There was a point where not caring about the topic was okay.
Yeah.
Just don't add negativity to our fight. Right?
Yeah.
There was that time.
Yeah.
Just if you ain't got nothing nice to say, just don't say nothing. Cool, no problem. Now, what's this? Silence is violence. if you are now not actively for the cause, you're fully against it. Now it's not enough that can I just stay quiet? Can I just not be can I just not be involved? Like you lot just hash it out. I'm no. You're clearly on his side then. Go over there with him, you bigot, you this, you that, you like wait, can I just not have it?
But guess what? If you deep it though, the silence, in a sense, kind of is violence, blood.
I wouldn't use the word violence.
Let me explain.
Go ahead.
I know where you're going.
But obviously, working into the, what we know the terminology to mean.
Yeah.
The silence could have adverse effects on
both sides, though. On both sides.
You get me? So what I think is like, as I said, back to when people are just being nice and not really saying what they feel and what they're actually thinking, right? They're being silent. Not because they're talking, they're not being honest, not telling the truth. They're not really being forward and upfront. You understand? So they're actually being silent. And because of majority being silent, this is the position that we're in now.
That's why I say on both
now
sides.
you want to speak up. You understand? But now you want to speak up. I get it. We've tested it. We've tried. And you're seeing it's not working out. It's literally to the detriment of the future generations. You understand?
I don't think they care. I don't think they're seeing that far. I genuinely don't think they're seeing that far ahead. It's mad. Anyone that tries to highlight where it's going is considered right-winged, like
But
anyone that, if you just try
I
to
don't-
apply any logic
Yeah.
to this whole process, you're considered you're
You know what it
considered a
is?
T-phobe.
I don't care for no right wing. I don't adapt myself as no right or no left wing. I don't care about no central wing. Yeah, because people will worry about the right wing and the left wing. Where's the body blood? You understand? Yeah, I understand. But what I'm saying is this, right? Hear me, like, we're in a day and age where people just want to make excuses, live their life the way how they want to. You understand? Until the shit hits their doorstep. You get me? And when it hits their doorstep, I say, when you want to wake up, I start vocalizing. You get me? But then, guess what? We're going to have 15, 30 years of work trying to reverse it. And that's just the few that's trying a thing, that's trying to vocalize their thing, whether they're marching, protesting, you know, doing those sign-up sheets online. You understand where I'm coming from? Like,
But then you saw with the rat study, there
was
comes a
about to bring it
point of no river.
No
Did you read
return.
that far? There comes a point, the tipping point. Once you
Yeah.
hit that tipping point, and we know population, people reproducing is on a decline.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's on the
globally.
decline.
We are definitely on
Globally.
a decline.
We are on a decline
Yeah.
globally, and I think
In
this
5 years, there will be
Yeah.
a decline of demography, literally. Now we are already in a decline of birth, which is the first time.
Yeah.
And in a bit will be on a decline because we have so much, healthcare and stuff like that.
So
people is not
mortality
dying.
is-
Yeah.
Is getting, and
Oh.
mortality is getting like 1 year, each 2 years higher. So
part of me thinks this is the agenda, bro. Part of me thinks this is the plan. Because if you think about it, if you subscribe to any of those letters,
remind me.
reproduction doesn't exist.
Remind me, because I might forget. Remind me zombies, because I might forget. But carry
Zombies,
on.
Zombies.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. If you're an L,
Yeah.
you're not having kids.
No.
If you're a G,
Not having kids.
you're not having kids. Okay, if you're a bit B, maybe, I don't know. But
Yeah. It's a possibility, but it's not at
a
the
lot-
full. Yeah.
the bulk of those letters, you're
Yeah.
not reproducing. You're relying on heterosexual people
Yeah.
who don't subscribe to it
to continue.
to continue.
But this is the thing, and we come back to Universe 25. When you get to a point where you're in abundance of everything, you have no desire to reproduce because you're so consumed with self. You're not thinking about your future generations. Just like he made Universe 25, he made it sterile environment where there was no predators. So survival was at the forefront.
Was at the back of their
It was at the back of
mind.
their
Yeah.
mind. Do you understand? So once you're not worrying about survival, you have no reason to you're not in a position for you to preserve your DNA, because what human beings do, or conscious living things do,
Reproduce for
bacteria,
survival.
germs, whatever the case might be, they reproduce for survival.
Yeah.
So if you're so consumed in self and you have nothing to worry about, you're not thinking about the future. And that experiment 25, Universe 25 explains it. That's why they stopped reproducing.
Zombies.
Yeah, fam.
Zombies.
Zombies, fam.
zombies.
Hey, come on, hit some buttons up there, fam. Anything.
Losing his mind.
No, I'm not losing my mind. You play good.
You wanted something? I put
I would have hit that one as well.
But nah. How old are you?
42.
Huh? Oh, you're eating good food. How old are you?
36.
You're yamming good food. I'm 37.
How old are you, brother?
42.
42. Nice. Damn. You
How old are you,
have
Red?
to explain some secrets.
Red, how old are you?
I'm 27.
You're yamming bad food. But nah, zombies, right?
Zombies.
We've grew up watching zombie films and heard about
Yeah.
zombies, right? But our concept of zombies is, some chemical spill or some injection and some infections.
Yeah.
You understand? Social media is quite effective. What's going on at this moment is quite infective. You understand where I'm coming from, right? You basically demoralize the mind and take control of the body. You understand? And then you have like an army of people more or less subservient to you.
Yeah.
You understand? Ain't gonna fight back. Ain't gonna put up no tussle, no rebellion. You understand? Society seems to go on as it is, and they obviously, all right, then cool. These people don't want to reproduce. We'll be producing lab babies.
Yeah.
You understand? And probably just give it to them to look after, and then we'll rebuild society in our image. These false prophets. You understand where I'm coming from, right? I'm telling you, bro. Like, you have to look at that shit deeply, because we've heard about how much, the 92% reduction population plan or some madness like that, right?
Oh, what was the percentage? I know you're talking about it, where Bill Gates was giving that speech.
You
and what it
understand where I'm
said,
coming from?
Depopulated. He was like, "Oh, if we do a great job and we got vaccines and blah blah, we'll get that population
He let
down."
that
to-"
slip, innit?
Bruh.
Yeah,
He
I
let
don't think he let that slip, but yeah,
It
he
didn't
threw it
let
out
that
there.
slip.
Yeah,
These are very intelligent people, bro.
Yeah, but what?
They practice their speech over and over and over again. These people don't make mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I mean is, he kind of, well, yeah, it's true. 'Cause he said what he said what the plan is, innit?
do you remember what Tate said?
Nah.
Where the elite is another conspiracy theory, where the elite have to tell you what they're doing
Bro,
because they believe in a particular karma. What's that karma called?
I'm not really
Cosmic
too
karma,
sure.
something like that. The karma where if you're gonna do heinous things, you have to tell
I
the
swear.
people that what
Bro,
you're gonna do,
Listen to
so
this.
you don't get the bad karma.
And listen to this.
This
Listen
is why
to
they
what
always tell
Bro,
us what they're gonna do.
touch, man. Touch, man. Nah.
Oh, so like
Fam.
World Economic Forum.
No,
Klaus Schwab and all them people
fam.
then.
All of it.
Fam, you're looking past the big picture, bro. They've been telling you what they've been doing since movies, blood.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Come on, fam.
Bro, do you remember I asked
So when
you
you're
one
watching
time?
movies and you're thinking, brother, it's all real. When the man they're talking quantum theory and collider, hadron collider and them things that they've already built and that man they're doing whatever we do not know. We think it's all fake. You understand where I'm coming from, right? And I've always said this. You can ask some of my guys that hang around with me. Shame is only just one here. You understand? I've always said, listen, the devil is the greatest deception artist. Because the devil will tell you the truth and make you believe it's the fucking lie.
Because it's so obvious.
But the way how he puts it, you would never really believe such. You understand? Yeah. So you would all think, nah. I told you the truth, so whatever happens to you, happens to you.
yeah,
I don't care. I don't care how I put it. I could have put it in the nicest possible way, a delusional way, a fantasy way.
yeah.
I told you.
I told you I was gonna
Nevertheless.
punch you in the face. Why are you surprised when I punch you in the
Yeah,
face?
exactly. Your perception is your perception. But guess what? They will come to you like the way how these guys do it, right? If they're threatening you, they don't threaten you and say, I want to punch you in the face. So this is how they tell you certain things. You understand? That man, they will come to you like say for instance, while going with Africa and United States at the moment, when they're like, listen, letting LGBT, confuse your people as well as the rest of the world. You understand? Or we're going to stop aid. It's basically saying, listen, it depends how this thing with maybe Russia plays out. And, we might just use an excuse to roll in and do some damage. We might just fly over 2 jets. That's the sanction, realistically. You understand? The man just said sanction. What type of sanction? Everybody's thinking like food sanction and rations or something. And Africa said, we don't need it. So why are you still pushing the agenda, making threats then? So this is all I'm saying. The devil tells you what he's going to do. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yeah, that's how we're coming from. The people, they're wicked, fam.
Right. I didn't know that though. That thing you said about the karma and them having to tell you what they're doing. I never heard that.
I'll send you the video if I can
Mad.
find it.
Bruh,
But there have been. Me and you had this conversation once about these movies, and I'm like, I think I asked you like, do you reckon? Is it coincidence that these movies, like even the one like old story
Check
now,
that
but
camera.
Contagion.
Yeah.
Remember the movie Contagion? Did you ever watch that? It was a
I think I
replica.
did.
It was a
think I
replica
did.
of COVID.
Yeah.
It's literally a replica of COVID.
Yeah.
But it was shot years before COVID.
Bruh, haven't you seen the so-called Nostradamus
Prediction, bro.
Nostradamus prediction about C-19? You understand?
No.
About Nostradamus, so-called Nostradamus predicted it.
Nostradamus.
Where this cold-like symptom is gonna come and attack the population from the Wuhan district. How was that in there?
It actually said from the Wuhan district.
Wuhan, bro, they said from Wuhan.
That's
You
mad.
understand? How was that in there? And it says the same speed thus has come, the same speed it would leave, and everybody will forget about it. That was Nostradamus from how 2,000 years ago. You understand? And the next one was in I think it was John or James something. I forgot his name. Right? And the book was written in 1981 or something like that. And he also predicted, whether he got it from Nostradamus' prediction, but he said some type of revelation or some madness, right? And he also predicted it. And then it was in a third book. I understand. I even had these images on my phone. But it was blowing my mind. So I knew what was going on with COVID at the start before a lot of people knew what was going on. So he allowed me to dive into research a bit more. You understand? When I come and I found out, we've already had, COVID's been about for how long now? You understand where we're coming from? This is just the 19th variant. As he said, they tell you what they're doing. It's just up to you to connect the dots.
It
and
was
not be
also,
fooled.
what was that stone called? There was a big obelisk in America, and it was talking about depopulating the world.
Obelisk, the monolith thing there.
Yeah, what was it called again?
Oh,
I know there is a Blackstone.
And it got blown up or something. It got destroyed.
Destroyed. No, it cannot be destroyed. No, it's
Yeah.
a really important thing. What happened
And
that?
I don't know. It got destroyed or it just
Blackstone.
was it called Black? It was called something else.
I know
And
that
it had
the Blackstone,
their agenda
the
on
Blackstone
it.
is a rock set in eastern corner.
the Black
It's
Stone.
not been.
Was it the guy? No. It
It is
wasn't
like
the
a really
Geysers
important
Stone.
which everyone kiss. Is a
Oh
Blackstone.
no. This had the elite's agenda on it, written on it, about depopulation
I don't
and all
know
that.
that. I
Let
don't
me
know.
see if I can get it.
I didn't know.
Bruh, like, you know what it is.
It would be a
you know what it
massive
is next time. You know what it is. I'm not gonna like. I don't know if you guys, me while he's looking for whatever, we'll just talk some.
Yeah.
It's not conspiracy. The documents have been released, right? Have you ever heard of a guy called Admiral Byrd? Nah, carry on.
The Georgia Guidestone.
Read
That's
my
what it's
friend.
called. The Georgia Guidestone was a granite
Bro,
monument.
wasn't I just saying that? The guy stone.
Yeah, the
Oh, yeah,
Guidestone.
you
Yeah,
said it,
Yeah.
yeah. So literally, that's what it was, and it had their agenda on it. Did it get destroyed?
Yeah, it's a mad thing. Like Admiral Byrd, right? Basically, he flew an expedition, I think, in the 1800s or early 1900s, right? Flew an expedition to the North Pole, right? And basically, what he's saying, right? Because this ties into the flat Earth
Oh yeah. I know about this. Yeah.
round world theory, right?
Yeah.
And he, like, basically what he's saying, when he got to the North Pole on the planes, right, and he's flying over the North Pole, he lost control of the plane. He was radioing his men even lost control of the plane, right? And the plane were being directed, right, and set down on a platform, right? And they got retrieved by some people, like some aliens or whatever, with weapons. You know, and they took them back and they talked to them. Because this was just after the Hiroshima bombing. So it was around about them times, right? So they're talking to them and say, listen, you guys discovered nuclear fusion, right? And you just discovered it. And what you did with it was absolutely...
Nuclear fission, not fusion.
nuclear, yeah.
Fusion is being invented now.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, thanks for the correction, though.
Yeah.
Right? But
We would have people mad in the comments.
yeah. But basically saying, listen, you guys just discovered that, and you're being reckless with it,
Yeah.
right? And you can affect us over the ice rink. You understand? So you guys need to make sure stuff like this don't happen again, or we're going to come and annihilate you. That's in Admiral Byrd's report, so you can go and look it up into greater detail.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from, right? So, flat Earth theory, if you're reading that, it's been debunked. We're clearly on a flat plane, right? Because if you look at the old school maps, right? Old school maps depict land outside of the ice rink. You understand? These new circular maps don't depict you understand? And how are these old school maps depicting all of this?
I've heard that.
Right?
That theory.
But-
Yeah, I think I sent it to you, picture.
Bro.
But the thing is,
Go on.
even if there's other continents outside of the seven,
But watch
we
this.
have-
Hold up.
Go on.
Let me finish. You know when we're talking about outer space
Yeah.
and inner space, right? Ice rink, yeah? Where we are, this is inner space. Go outside of the ice rink, that's outer space. Because if you looked at the names of these lands, right, on the old school maps, Mars, Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus. Deep the thing, brother. Outer space. Don't the man to tell you, don't you see when a rocket flies off, it never goes straight up. It goes.
There's no gravity.
But you know,
You cannot.
Are we saying that you're flat Earth? Are we going there? Are we going to flat Earth?
I'm not saying I'm
Are
a
you?
flat. Listen, I'm more inclined to believe we're on flat Earth because of the evidence from the past instead of the
can I
evidence
ask
that they're
you?
trying to
One second.
provide for us now.
Fair
and
enough.
we know what they trying to provide, and they've been whitewashing. You understand the information that they've been providing, even up on the internet. You have to deep dive for that.
could it
Yeah,
not just
but
be
if-
that we've discovered more, in a sense of like,
Continents.
yeah, as in the old maps show flat and show outer space as Mars, Jupiter, etc.
The thing is, it's a map. It's going to be 2D. But what I was going to say is that if you go even further back to ancient civilizations, they depict a round Earth. Multiple civilizations do that.
Yeah.
And then you go forward, and then you have the flat Earths.
You know
So-
the fact in maps they used even to distort places because they knew that like they didn't know how it was from the top,
Yeah.
so they thought like it was more distorted. So they used to distort
Yeah.
the
But then-
areas.
Because we're talking
But
about
then-
people that weren't that very clever,
That's
or
what I'm
they
saying.
didn't
But hear that.
explore.
So
But hear
as
that.
time's
hold
gone
on.
on-
No. Listen, no. One that. These people are more clever than us, blood.
Of course.
No,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
These people built the pyramids, fam.
No, we're not talking about them because the.
Are we
the-
going there,
that's
people?
No, we're not.
These
Because
people are
different
clever than
pyramids.
us, blood.
But
All
the
I'm saying is
Egyptians
this,
had the round. They had the round.
Let me show
Earth.
you. Let me show you how clever our predecessors was. I think it was in the 1930s, 1920s, or something like that, right?
That's
Or
not-
was it the early 1800s? Don't quote me on this, but you can
Yeah.
actually
A long time ago.
research
A long
and
time
you will
ago.
find it, right? So when you guys are looking at these electric scooters
I've seen
and
that.
electric cars and electric charging stations, bro, they
Wi-Fi.
already developed them from however way back
Yeah.
when,
Yeah,
but they're
I
bringing
heard
it now
that.
acting like it's new technology.
Yeah,
so this
I've
is
heard
what
that
I'm
a lot.
trying to
I've
tell
heard that
you,
with
man.
a
them.
lot of technology.
This is what I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
That
tell
with
you,
a lot
man.
of
them.
technology. I think you, I think
Right?
me and
I
you
sent-
might
yeah, I
be
sent
talking
that
about
video.
So back then, bro, they're clever than us now.
Yeah,
you understand?
It was not that they were,
so it's
they were
easy to
clever.
fool us now.
They were not more
Oh, it's
clever.
on
than-
one round globe. But why are you not depicting the ice ring around the globe? Why are you not depicting other
Maybe-
things around the globe? Why was it 24 or 50 something countries signed the treaty so nobody can get to the North Pole?
Yeah, I've
Because that's
heard
the
that.
entrance and the exit.
I've heard
Why
that.
is there
That's
the most
mad- that's
guarded
mad,
place
though.
on the
That
motherfucking
is mad.
planet?
That is
This is
mad.
why you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, but you can still have the hollow Earth and have the round Earth.
Uh-huh.
It's not exclusive
No,
to
no.
flat Earth.
I'm not saying hollow around. I'm
Yeah.
saying entrance
Yeah.
and exit is
that's
right
mad.
there
That
at the
is
North
mad.
Pole.
Yeah.
And as I said, when you get out, that's when you see the other lands, the Uranus, the Mars, the Neptune, because now you're in outer space, right? People, I'm telling you, right? It goes deep. You understand? Because the Mars landing and all of that has already been debunked and showed you it's fake. So why are we going to continue believing in the propaganda bullshit that they keep throwing at us? This is what I'm trying to tell you, man. When you look at a plane when it's flying, you have to think, oh, how is that flying upside down?
What do you mean by it flying upside
It's
down?
going around the world, like you're flying upside down at times.
Nah, it's within the atmosphere, so it's not technically flying upside down. It's
That's what they
flying
told
within.
you. Have you got direct proof of that? This is what I'm telling you. We have to believe what they tell us because we ain't got we ain't done the research ourselves.
No, but
so
the
we're
thing
inclined
is-
to believe what they say.
But
Yeah, but the thing is, you can look at the tests that have been done. And
Their tests. So hear what I'm saying, Ty.
then nothing can be proven, isn't it?
All right, then, Ty. Let me
nothing's
explain
factual.
to you,
Go
though,
on.
right? Because you're vegan.
Yeah.
Right? So are you telling me you're inclined to believe what these medical professions in the hospital say when, like, say they want to diagnose you? Like,
No, because the research is out there. You can do your own extensive research.
oh,
You're doing comparative studies to come to some sort of
so
conclusion.
this is what I'm saying,
Yeah,
right?
he's
But
basically
it's
saying that
scientifically,
his
it has to make
comparative
sense.
study.
So this
No,
is what I'm
but
saying.
I'm saying that
Call me.
most of the
These are
theories have been
professionals.
debunked. It's been
Now,
debunked.
what I'm saying, these are proven professionals, right? Right? And we know the pharmaceutical industry is just there to suck our pockets and make us more flipping sick and
Bro, don't start.
you
man,
understand,
please, don't
right?
start.
So this is what I'm saying. And these are professionals. And we're supposed to take the informations for it. So this is what I'm telling you. When you're still
what I'm
certain, because my information is not from me like listening to other people, it's me just kind of working out stuff for myself in my own head. You understand where I'm coming from, right? So no offense, but when the next man is spewing what another man is telling me, it's like, is that really accurate information? Do you actually know that? You understand where I'm coming from? Or you just telling me what a next man told you, that a next man taught him, that a next man taught him, that we know now doctors have been practicing bull crap.
But the thing is, you're doing
You understand?
you're doing the exact same thing. So your theory of the Earth being flat or whatever the case might be, the hollow Earth and so forth, you got it from somebody else.
Yeah.
I'm not demonizing you for
Nah,
that.
it's cool,
because
cool, come,
because
come,
nobody
come.
owns information.
Yeah, yeah.
Information's it's accessible to everybody.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is that you have science that is, you do experiments over and over again to come to a particular conclusion. It's being debunked. There was I'll send you the video anyway. There's a video of a guy, flat earth theorist, that wanted to debunk a globe. And he was doing this experiment, and in the actual experiment, he debunked himself. So these things you can actually physically see for yourself. It's like you have to grasp information from different sources and
Yeah,
then
of
compare it
course.
to study and see what makes sense to you. Do you understand? You speak to people that fly planes and things like that. They know these things.
That's a
Do you
mad
understand?
one. When a man
There's certain-
debunk himself. And
There's certain experiments that we can do ourselves, like look at the horizon, watch a boat go over the
Yeah, it's true,
horizon
it's true, it's
and things like that. You can do these experiments at home. So it's not that difficult to debunk.
yeah, so you see what you just said, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. And this is how us as black people's moving. We ought to take their information and their information when the information is accessible. If you're really serious about what you're protesting about and saying, the information is accessible for you to actually do something. Whether it's to put a petition together, whether it's to put a protest together, you understand? Whether it's to hold your flipping your council member representative accountable for not representing, like this constituents properly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You understand? There's information that can benefit you. You're just too damn lazy to look for it. You're just too damn lazy to want to do anything about it.
We
You're
just
in a
want
comfort
everyone else to
mindset.
do the work.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And benefit
from it. Benefit from it.
Bro, as my guy said, is an atheist, right? And these guys are waiting for some flipping energy guy to come down in a robe and save them. The Messiah, they have believed all the story that the Messiah's coming back. The Messiah's coming back on the day of judgment. They say the flipping Euphrates River is drying up. You get me? And that's part of some prophecy. You get me? People are willing to hold on to these madness instead of they start mobilizing. You get me? These prophecies are probably true, but they're a message for us to mobilize.
Yeah.
They're not a message, because we are God. God made us in his own image. If we're going by the Bible, God made us in his own image. The body heals its own. The body's not directly, the body does not want to be sick. The body does not want to make you sick. Mm-hmm. You're the one is the disease to the body. All the crap you're feeding it.
Yeah.
You understand? We are God. We literally are God. We just need to know how to harness the power of what we're doing. Yeah. Understand? We can survive off fruits alone. We don't even need to survive off vegetables. Let's be honest. You get me? Just throw some sema, some bardak in there. Bardak root. Just throw some sema, some bardak root. And then we got all of the minerals. We can just survive on sema, some bardak root and some water. Because then we got all of the minerals that the body needs. You understand where I'm coming from? But how much people are willing to put themselves through that type of diet? To live longer, to have a better inside. You understand? Because the stomach, like, this is what's really important. You feed the gut right, the body takes care of you. The body will take care of you. You cut yourself. The body's like, nah, brother, nah, we can't have that. Let me heal you up over time. You ain't gonna be quick, but guess what? If you was feeding me correctly and giving me the right things I need, you would have probably been healing a day and a half instead of 4 days. You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah? So people just don't want to do the work. The information there, they know what's going on. Yeah? But it's easier, like we've the Jews, to play the victim, innit? And just stay in that comfort zone. Because guess what? You're getting enough crumbs to live. And you know what the crumbs is? The benefit system.
Oh, don't start me.
You're getting enough crumbs to live. Nah, real talk. You're getting enough crumbs to live. So from you getting enough crumbs to live, you're in a your state of mind is comfortable. You don't really have to do nothing. You will accept being treated. You will accept be treated bad by the powers that be. Than the people in your circle. The people in your circle tell you, yo, like, fix up. Like, you need to do better, bro. Yeah, but you're willing to get mad at them and cuss and go on. You get me? Or the powers that be are telling you madness, eating a beef burger will make you manly. And you're killing yourself and you're happy to go with it and you're happy to slowly kill yourself. Like, deep it, blood. Like, people are happy. Slowly, depressively dying and killing themselves. Happy, but you're not deep with it. They know what's going on. Well, not fully.
No.
Everything. But they're happy to subject themselves to this type of treatment. It's deep, innit? Yeah, bro. Our ancestors are rolling in the grave laughing at us, like.
For real.
They would, like, can you imagine our ancestors with the opportunity we have now? God, they would flourish.
Biggest geniuses, biggest, strongest minds, everything.
That's the thing.
Better than us, than everyone, not just like everyone.
No, because they would have been hungry, blood.
Yeah. Of everything.
Let me play devil's advocate then.
Go on.
You know we had Black
I
Wall
love
Street.
a devil's advocate up in here.
We keep talking about Black Wall Street, but that wasn't the only one. And the rest fail me at this moment in time. But let's just use Black Wall Street as a example. We know what happened to that, innit? It got burnt down. It got bombed. Do you think if we was in the position and we actually used our resources, we came together, we united, do you think, and we built our own Wall Street, do you think they will allow it, the powers that be, would allow it to stand? Because people think about this and have a defeatist mindset because of that.
As I said, in this day and age, we're privy to this, well, I wouldn't say completely the same information they're privy to, right? But if we're going to mobilize and build a foundation for the generations to, you know, like, take on the mantle and proceed forward, right? We're going to also need a security system. You understand where I'm coming from? We also need our own protection. Because they got their mafia, we also need our own mafia. But they call it police. You understand? They call it the army. You understand? Whether it's Africa is our army or whatever the case is, as our backative, so we know, say, listen, we're over here in Europe, we're trying to build our Black Wall Street, but we need your backative as security.
Yeah.
So in a man, you try and move a certain way, it's like, yeah, we call in the dogs, then we got dogs to call into, innit?
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah. But if we're gonna do that, we must focus on some level of security to protect ourselves and what we're building. You understand?
It would have to be Africa.
You understand? And then obviously Africa and other black nations, Brazil and you understand who we can call on.
Yeah.
Because they know, say, listen, nah, this ain't no joke. Man's looking to do this Colonel Gaddafi thing. Man's moving on a Colonel Gaddafi vibe. You get me? You're going to have to come and kill me directly. But now most people are not gonna. I don't think a lot of people are inclined to believe in a lot of that bullshit propaganda now.
Nah, I see. I slightly, ever so slightly disagree.
It's cool.
No, in the sense of I don't think they would mash it down like they did.
Why?
Like, as in the way they did, like physically come and
Bomb
destroy-
it.
Yeah.
They literally
like,
bombed it, but
just
one like it's
literally
a
with
fire.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it, but they would assassinate it in some other kind of way.
Like they do with cryptocurrency.
Yeah,
You understand?
they'll all they need to do is plant little seeds of doubt in people's minds about the ethical element of it or whatever it is.
Yeah.
In-house fighting.
and then
Yeah.
In-house
there you
fighting.
go. And then
What they did
we
with Marcus Garvey.
ourselves would do the rest.
Yeah.
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 I mean, so that's how I see it would be destroyed
Yeah. Within.
in today's world, as opposed, because they're not operating from a place of out and out violence
Yeah.
anymore. Like,
Yeah, it's intelligent
we're
now,
not
it's
in
not
that world no
savagery.
more. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I think it'll be more character assassinations and stuff like that, and that's why it also can't be one man.
Yeah, but if the character assassination don't work, they're gonna go to the extreme. You get me? As I've said, like these people have bombed Montenegro, they've bombed flipping India, they've bombed almost every country around the world because they're disagreeing or because they're not like bending the knee.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from, right? So this is what I'm telling you. They will give you all the warnings. They will throw sanctions and all this. And if you're still doing well for yourself and you don't need them, they will still find any means. It's like what they did with Yugoslavia.
So you're talking about if this happens in Africa though,
I'm talking Africa's our security, but we're trying to.
But where would our 2023 Black Wall Street be?
Wherever we are, wherever we are in the Western world. So
paint
let's
the picture
use
first.
UK for example.
Okay, so it's in the UK.
Yeah.
So
even if it was like the main branch is based in Africa, you understand? Because it would make sense. He's smart now. If the main branch with all the security,
the mothership is in the motherland, and then it's got its little tent
where it's heavily protected. You understand? From cyber security, all of this. Cause we know how intelligent and
is
fucking
what I'm
clever
saying,
our
though,
people are.
Simon.
Even inventions, we know how
This is
good
what I'm
our
saying.
people are.
This is where I think they would attack it from any
But we know this is
indirect
coming.
way,
But
as
now,
opposed to-
now we know this is coming. So we protect ourselves fully, and we keep reinforcing our people's state of mind. We can't be falling for this bullshit. You get me? We're trying to build, even if it's like, you know what? I'll raise my son. You understand? To be a politician. You raise your son to be a politician so he can take over from you, so maybe we don't have no in-house corruption or whatever the case is. You understand? Because you're probably more sure of your own directly than you're sure of that
but that's
next
on a
man
small
that's
scale.
just coming from that parish over there. You get me?
That's on a small scale, but when you branch out and get larger,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to deal with people that are not related to you or friends with you, because we want this to be a community or a race-based thing. So the bigger you go, the more difficult it is to get loyalty from people. Like Marcus Garvey, when he had all those ships and he wanted to trade with America and Africa, back and forth trade, and they infiltrated it by making up rumors about him and so forth. This is what they would do.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying that it also can't just be a one man, one face at the head of it thing, because it has to.
Starting off small would be, for example, shops. Take over one street. Whoever's got the resources, the finance, buy that one street, do it up and start from there. That's how we done it in the beginning.
But guess what? You see, if we got, as I said, our main branch, central branch in Africa, whatever it is, and we have, it's not even say one leader or one main person who's got the money like that. Just imagine majority
No, it'd be
black people shareholders.
group funded.
You understand?
Yeah.
Majority black people shareholders, whether it's a little £5 or $5 every month, you're paying towards whatever it is. You understand? For us to build a foundation, so we can have that foundation, and many things can come from a foundation. You get me? If you find out, if you find out how foundations work in England here, it's so mad beneficial and lucrative, bro. It's crazy the tricks these people know. You understand where we're coming from, right? But yeah, we just have to move correctly. We just have to know what we're doing. I know it sounds difficult, right? But guess what? If I spend the next 10 years educating myself to the fullest about most of what I need to know, understand about the insurance, about the tax system, you get me, about how maybe like the crypto system is actually gonna go, and you know what I mean, what's more, I can literally be educating my son. Within that period of time, me learning information, passing on information to him. So by the time he gets to a certain age, he's at a point of advantage where it's up to him if he want to capitalize. Obviously, I'd probably, you know, be up his, like, I move to him differently, but you understand where I'm coming from. So it's up to us to be setting up the next generation. Even if I got a nephew, you get me, like, you think, like, come over here. We're going to sit down, we're going to chat. So it's like, it seems like we can't do nothing, or it's just a talking point, but we can start somewhere, innit? If we don't start nowhere, nothing's going to be done.
No, I agree with you to a degree, because I think when we talk about things like Black Wall Street and stuff, thinking about it from a macro perspective, a bigger, a wider perspective, it seems like a daunting task.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, but I just think it just starts with you doing whatever it is you do.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're a doctor, if you're a shopkeeper, it doesn't matter. You doing what you do.
Yeah.
I do what I do. The difference with, for example, the Jewish community is that they do what they're doing individually, but it's just when it comes to venturing and doing other businesses, they look to their own first.
As a collective.
They don't exclude non-Jewish people from doing business with them.
Yeah.
This discussion of like what, maybe I'm getting the wrong image of it, because to me it sounds like we're talking about only doing business with us, and it's not about that.
No.
So that's my point. So it should just be build up your operation, whatever it is you do, whatever your expert, your skill is, monetize your skill, scale up, build yourself up to be a big. Try not to have the white man's money, too much of the white man's money in your business as a, you know, like getting funding.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Grow your business at the speed of cash.
Yeah.
Don't grow your business with debt where a bank can
have influence,
call you out
business.
anytime.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as we get bigger, we will find each other. As we grow, there's gonna be something you do that I'm gonna have a need for. I'm gonna have a use for, and I'm gonna, Silent Biz, you do real estate, innit? You do property. Yeah, you know what? I got my son's looking to buy his first place. I'm gonna send him to you. That's how it starts, and then it just starts. The links just start connecting. Yeah. But I don't think it has to be this.
No. And that was going to be the next thing I was going to talk about. I'm going to say, when it comes, for example, let's start here. Back then, quote unquote, Black Wall Street, we had a common a suffering because we just came out of certain things, or we were going through certain things. So the community back then was more together. So they was able to do things like on a mass scale, in the sense of a whole town is ours. Yeah. Because we were basically pushed out to the wilderness to fend for ourselves. So we had to do that. Now, like you were saying, we have to do it totally different from back then. We would have to start on a very small scale. Do you understand? This is why we have to look at certain groups like Freemasonry, Brotherhood. Exactly the same thing you're talking about. If you own a certain business, or I own a certain business, and we can help each other wherever we can, we're
That's it.
obliged to do so if
Yeah.
it's not at the detriment of you or me.
Correct.
Do you understand? And that's how we have to start. But we have to start in the sense of we need to educate ourselves first and foremost, and open something up with our own small circle, and then start trading with.
It has
other
to be
people.
beyond the food. It has to
this
be
is-
beyond the food shop.
And this is where I come in.
Yeah.
Where don't listen. Sometimes you have to start somewhere.
You do.
100%.
Guess what? This is where I chime in because I like what you said just then, right? Also like what you said. What we can do, there's a thing that we can do, right? Sounds like a pyramid scheme, right? Say you and us three, us four here, think, you know what? Like we believe in healthy eating. You understand? Let's at least open a vegetarian / vegan shop. You understand? I was saying, bro, like, man ain't really got the money for that right now, bro. It's like, all right, and cool. You get me? You're already putting the downers on the plan instead of thinking of a solution. But lucky thing I'm here, so man's got a solution. Even if it's us four putting £100 a month in a key and saying this is building towards, buying the little thing to keep the food warm and you understand, like paying the rent for the space.
Yeah.
So we at least have 6 months to like 10 months, you know what I mean? Like rent there with money to buy food, and you understand, we come together and then boom, the thing kick off. And then cool, maybe in 1 year, maybe like because we got a decent location and we're advertising, we're like, you never know. Some of us probably think, you know what, okay, we need, like, if we get this delivery thing, so man's gonna drop out of what man's doing, man's gonna come and deliver because the thing is moving nice. Thinking next year, at the end of next year, raw. Man, them, let's have a meeting, like a big meeting, like we need this. It's like, you know what, we can open another shop here now. We need to think like the best location, boom, boom, right now, boom, boom. You get me? Maybe in 10 years we're way up. You understand? But we can start somewhere.
Yeah.
You understand? Even if it's just serious, you have to be serious. Man, them like, you understand? Even if one man has the idea, knows how business goes, knows how to run a shop, whether it's a food shop or off license or some flipping car wash or whatever it is, from the man has the knowledge, you get me? And we know, say, but all right, we know, say, man's good. We can trust, man. We've been, you understand? We know his family and that, so it's not no funny game. Man's gonna try and pull tricks because he loves his family. You understand where we're coming from, right?
Yeah.
So we can think, oh shit, you know what? That's an investment. That's a side hustle right there. Because when we start generating, that's passive income there. You don't really have to do nothing apart from invest and have business meeting and learn how the business side of things goes. So you can be sure of what's going on for yourself. Give yourself peace of mind that the thing is running correctly and you're not being scammed or whatever the case is. It's more beneficial for you. You understand where I'm coming from? And then maybe he might have the next idea. Maybe it's not even a food shop or nothing. Maybe it's something totally different. And we all invest. Down the line, lucrative for us again.
Not to shit on your idea.
Nah, it's
I'm
cool.
not,
Nah, it's
I'm
cool.
not shitting on it.
I'm
know
just
where you're
saying
going.
we need ideas instead of we're just talking
No,
and
of
then
course, of course.
there's no solution being given.
course.
100%.
The only reason why I suggested individual level first, only exclusively individual, I build up my own team, you build up your.
And listen, I'm not saying, and I agree with that. Do not get it twisted. I agree with that.
Cool. But
I
just
full-heartedly agree
all right,
with that.
so let me say the thing in it, so the comments, if people in the comments can shoot me down or cuss me, if so to speak, but
Don't shoot.
there's
gentle
always
with us.
going to be issues when you have too many hands in the pie.
Yeah.
You're always going to have someone who feels the direction should be this way and someone else thinks it should be that way. And and I don't even think that's necessarily goes down to race. That's just human nature.
Yeah.
Right? So this is why I say that it should be more individualized because there's a certain knowledge you build up in you accumulate in building up your own business, right? So I'm building up my business, you build up your business, Silent Business builds up his business. we meet at a certain point where we realize, do you know what? My guy could not have got to this level without knowing his business, right? So now if I'm coming to you with that trust and that understanding that you're an expert in your field.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know what, and again, I'm not sharing your idea, but rather than, you know what, guys, let's try a thing. All right, yeah, cool, let's try a thing. Let's everyone, all right, cool. What are we doing tomorrow? Yeah. I'm gonna go here. Nah, I think you should go over there. No, bro, but we need to go here because we the figuring it out as we're going along is what makes most of it fail.
It needs to make sense because obviously, like say you're trying to get into a committed relationship, you don't want to be wasting time.
No,
you understand. You want to know shit. You got it figured out. You understand. So you know, say that. You understand? Yeah. Obviously, I didn't break it down like that. Obviously, I was trying to. But I fully understand what you're saying. And what you're saying is actually correct. You have to make sure.
You have to make sure.
You understand?
Because even if you're doing it that way, there has to be somebody with a final say. You have to create a hierarchy.
It's true.
Even if you've got a committee, there's still one person on that committee.
Yeah, that has to make the final decision.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
What makes it
so I totally agree with you. You have to do it on an individual basis and then come together. Not even coming together.
But just constantly trading with each other.
Like
That's
the
what
Jewish
it is.
community does.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's
I
like
agree with that.
No, true.
Most Jewish businesses are family run. It's not Jewish run. Yeah. If you get what I mean, it's like the family run it.
Yeah,
but it just so happens.
And if we take Jewish out of it, we could say Turkish,
Asian,
Indians, Pakistanis, Chinese.
It's mostly family run. But they make sure when they're doing other business, or they need to buy their supplies or whatever it's from another like-minded.
And this is another hurdle, because we're so fragmented as black people. We have religion stopping us from dealing with certain things with each other. And especially those living in their diaspora, we don't have a culture because culture protects you from you. And this is what Jews have. Their culture dictates that if you're doing a celebration, you're only buying for that celebration from your own. That's the culture protecting themselves from themselves.
I love the fact that
so
I'll go on, continue.
Yeah, so we have to either get rid of certain things or come to an agreement where we're going to leave religion and our own ethnic traditions to one side. Like, for example, Nigerians, Jamaicans, we need to put certain things to one side for a common goal.
Yeah.
And until we do that, we're not gonna do what we were just talking about at all.
No.
It's interesting what you said. Not to go, I'm going slightly off topic, but I'm going back to an earlier topic in terms of, you know what you were saying about people crying about slavery, racism. In America, you see an African that goes to America is more likely, I think the figures show that they are more successful than a black American born and raised in America.
100%.
Because they go with a different mindset. They don't go with this entitlement mindset of, you know, I deserve this, I should have this, I've got this, but I should have more. They go with a mindset to work and build and create something. So it goes similarly with what you're saying in terms of there's so many different. If you've got an African that's gone to America, he or she thinks different from an American. So if you're now trying to make this thing work, it's gonna be.
There's gonna be so many clashes there.
Exactly. But I don't know what
my
overall point was.
Hey, let me ask you guys another question. Why is growing up without a dad so common in our race?
No, but do you know what? I actually think that's a myth, and I don't have
Go on.
the figures to prove it.
Well, if it's a myth, let's debunk it.
But I think that's one of those negative stereotypes that they try to put out to make it seem like we're deadbeat dads and all this.
Okay, here's a statistic, and you can comment on it. There's more within the black community. Black men are more active fathers than any other race. but
I've come up on that stats.
yeah, but being involved and actually being in the household
It's two different.
is two different things. So I'm not sure, like you say, we don't have the statistics to determine whether the single household, parent household, single mothers is all-time high versus how many black men in the household. I'm not too
But
sure.
what does more damage for the child? As far as you can understand, you can gather. What does more damage to the
Single
child?
mom household.
The single household or the
single mom household.
the non-contact from? No, let me rephrase it.
Oh
The
yeah,
single
yeah.
mom household.
So
So you're saying what? Co-parenting versus the dad's not even there.
Nah. What I'm trying to say is, you know what you said earlier about the dad, black
Being
fathers are more
involved.
active,
Yeah,
are
more
more
active,
involved,
yeah.
but they're just not in the household,
I
right?
try to separate the two. The one statistic is out of all the races, Asians, whites, and blacks, black men are more involved with their children than any other
Yeah.
race. It doesn't talk about whether they're in the household or not.
Okay,
So that's why I
what was
said
trying to
are the
understand.
two different.
Okay, that's what I was trying to. Basically, what I'm trying to understand is the fathers that's involved, but not in the household.
Yeah.
What effect does that have on the child versus
Him not being there at all.
him not being there?
involved.
Well, nah. Obviously, it'll be worse him not being there at all,
Yeah.
innit?
Yeah. So what's your question?
Yeah, nah. It's a moot point.
Okay.
No. Okay, dual parent household, I imagine has a better
Outcome. Yeah,
okay, fair
statistically.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then me saying I think is a myth. Am I correct in that or am I wrong?
That's why I said I don't have the statistics when it comes to
Whether
what
they're in the
percentage of
household.
households are just single mothers. What percentage of it versus
Yeah.
two
Okay.
parents
Okay.
within our community? I'm not too sure about the statistics. And when it comes to Europeans as well, white women, they're not far behind.
Really?
Yeah, they're not far behind.
Silent Biz, what was the question again? Repeat that question for me if you don't mind.
Why is growing up without a dad so common in our race?
Okay, so the answer is that the case though? Because
That's the first question we have to establish. We have to establish the answer to it. Is that common for us to have that conversation? But we can do it both. We can actually say, we can assume that that's the case, and then we can have the conversation
Alright,
from
cool.
that
Let's-
Honestly,
point.
not finding the data because it's not official statistics.
Because
So,
Yeah.
okay,
it's
let's
very
assume
difficult.
it is the case.
one
Yeah.
says the one.
it's either
It's gonna be
another
like-
stereotype
Yeah.
or it's facts.
Yeah.
I would
Here,
believe
here
it's a
seems
stereotype, but let's go
yes,
on the
white
basis that it's not a
people
stereotype.
Okay.
and
have more
it's
moms,
true.
single moms.
more white women are single moms than
Yeah. So there is more this case, but every country and every place on the world, I guess, has this one.
Yeah.
America maybe. I
What
don't
is
know.
that? Is that
It's an
UK?
American. No, this is
Oh,
American.
America.
paper. This is .org. This is American.
Yeah, but even
But
if
the population's much bigger, so maybe due to that,
I don't know.
Is it-
Also, it's not
it's-
an official statistic.
what's that saying?
white women are more single parent households than
This
black.
this is what
But the
Yeah, but that- yeah, but
the
that's in
population's much larger. Yes, in America.
Also, it's
Yeah,
not
but
official,
my-
like academic.
It's
statistics.
unofficial as well.
Fair enough.
If you can find some UK stats, that would be good.
Yeah.
But I've just been but my point is globally,
Yeah.
I've just never been comfortable
Yeah.
hearing
narrative.
with that narrative.
But
I've never
you
been
know what?
comfortable with that.
Let's do it this way then.
But let's assume it's true. Alright, cool,
Let's assume it's true, and black women are the least married statistically.
Okay, there is the stats here.
You got the
For UK?
stats, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 21% blacks, 19% mixed. I cannot see here. On there, it's only those two parents, single parents. No, only those two I found.
So 21% of
Okay, everything else is older, basically. Yeah, there is like 17%. Everything else is
It's lower.
Count as older.
Mm. Okay, so the highest percentage is 21%
which is
black
black.
community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why have they lumped everything else in as other? I don't
I
get it.
don't know. I don't know. Everything else is pointed.
But this is my
other.
point though.
Yeah, because it's lower, then I don't think it really matters, does it? Because when you start dividing it, it would be the percentage would be smaller than
Fair
21.
enough, fair enough.
So I don't think it matters.
Okay,
So
so
relevant.
other is white and Asians. It is 10%, 8%, so 18% in total.
Altogether, yeah. So
Okay,
it's
so
still
we are-
highest.
so
We're still
we
the
are the
highest.
highest.
Yeah. So yeah, we can have the conversation
I
there.
have here. I shown just the screen if people want to see, and that's it.
All right. So why do we think that is? Is that the question? Why do
Yeah,
we think that is?
Yeah. Such a common notion in our race.
Gosh, it's so complex.
Because I'm just saying primarily,
Yeah.
I don't really hear it coming from men. You understand?
What's coming from men?
Primarily, you don't really hear men going around saying, you know, like, why is the black man not in his son's life? You understand? You primarily hear the black woman going around, you know, plasticizing the man,
Yeah.
ostracizing the man, shall I say? You understand? And you know, talking bad about, you know, the commitment, you know, she literally got wrong. You understand? And even flipping brainwashing the kid about, you know, that person's probably no good or whatever the
Yeah.
case is. You understand? Because I've even heard females refer to their, you know, the dad's child as just donors and trash like that.
Sperm donors.
You understand? So as I said, it can go many different ways. I'm just trying to find out what you guys think.
We could do this two ways, and help me out with this one, because we can speak upon African Americans, because the stats are out there, the history's out there when it comes to the welfare system being created. We could look at feminism, because it was started in New York in America.
Yeah.
So we can look at segregation, we can look at slavery, every reason as to why, quote unquote, black man's not in the household. We can definitely go to America and explain why. But when it comes to the reasons why it happened in the UK, I think it's a totally different story, because we don't have that data. We didn't go through the welfare system where you wouldn't get any welfare if the man was
but
still in the house.
We do have that.
Was that law still in there though? There can't be two paychecks in the house for you to get the welfare.
Yeah, the whole point, the whole idea around like a single parent receiving benefits is the fact that they're single parent. And obviously most single parents are going to be the mum.
Yeah.
Now, I get your point in terms of why it was created, because we know why it was created in America.
Yeah.
Was to break up the family nucleus. But I don't know if that was. I can only imagine that being a similar agenda.
Yeah, it would have to be similar, but not actually directly
It might not be the whole
the same.
reason.
Yeah. The more I think about it, I think it is feminism. But that
think it's feminism?
because feminism spread throughout Europe, throughout the Western world, in the sense of the inception was women wanted the right to, whatever the case might be, to be heard, to vote, and so forth. We can get into that. It wasn't really to vote, but their concepts flew overseas as well, like it normally does. Anything that happens in America, it normally comes over across the Atlantic to over here. Women wanted to be basically have more power than they did. They didn't want to be underneath their man. And I think that seeps over here, where women over here wanted to be exactly the same as women in America. That boss, be and independent and so forth. So I think it's very similar. Don't you think?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I blame feminism, so to speak. I mean, it's definitely one of many factors, but again, you know how I feel. That whole welfare concept to me, just if I'm gonna incentivize you financially to not be friends with him, you're gonna find the
The reason-
pettiest
yeah.
reason
Not to be.
to not be.
Yeah,
Even if you don't want to not be his friend anymore, your tolerance levels to whatever he's gonna do is gonna become that much shorter, because you know, why am I putting up with your shit?
Yeah,
Why
it
am I-
depends,
like,
it depends how big the bag is as well. Like,
But that's the thing.
you get
That's
me?
the thing, and
it has to be consistent.
but it,
You know
And
what
it
I'm
is.
saying?
but it is.
And this is it.
That's the
You
thing.
get me?
So where previously maybe women would tolerate more. I even hate using the word tolerate, but
Yeah.
would stick more with their man.
Yeah. Through
Through
thick
thick and thin.
Yeah.
They've been given an easy out.
True.
That too.
Yeah.
And don't forget, some of these men are accepting the easy out because they're on benefit systems as well. You understand? They don't want to put. They seem like they don't want to push for anymore. Understand? They're just comfortable, complaining about whatever life they live in, how women are maybe this and that, and all these kind of crap. So, understand? We can also say like, you know, the men have obviously because of the benefit. We can possibly say because of the benefit system, the men have also gotten lazy.
But I don't think that.
and not having to be forced to put in the type of work where they have to earn their living.
But I
You
don't
understand?
think the man
I mean, where
gets
you have to earn,
anything
huh?
close. I don't think the man gets anything close to what the woman.
It wasn't even created for the men.
I don't even think it was initially created for the man.
Now I'm just saying, like devil's advocate. You understand? There's a lot of men out here as well on benefits and comfortable
Yeah.
with it. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So obviously they're also
Yeah.
receiving benefit.
But when it comes to the breakdown of the family,
Yeah.
or the reasons as to why the black men were
The
going,
man- the man's not le-
what it is, we
what
can
I'm
say
saying
that's
is-
where it probably started.
The man's not leaving
but-
the yard
Yeah.
he's getting kicked out.
because to go and claim
Yeah,
benefit.
yeah,
Like he's not saying I'm leaving you and my youth because I can go
No, I
get free
fully
money.
understand
over
what
here.
you guys are saying, but I
Whereas-
have to do this devil's advocate neutral thing.
Yeah.
You understand? You understand? Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying. This is where it started, but this is where we are now. You understand? More women are going through university and college and graduating. You understand? 60-70% of women. You understand? Men are dropping out. You understand? The 30% that are going are dropping out and not actually
In my class,
graduating.
actually, every man apart from me dropped out this year. Every man.
You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah.
Some men
So you have to think. Certain men, them are happy with the Tesco job or whatever, and you know they're making ends meet. You understand where I'm coming from? Like so, you know, and if they can't make ends meet, guess what? There's a backup plan.
Yeah,
It's also called the benefit system that these women are on. So it don't push them, man, to their fullest potential. It don't push them to want to make them want to go harder. It don't push them to even like, you know what? I got a youth, and if I don't really put in the work, my youth don't eat blood. Like my youth, if she don't have family, my youth dies. Like the fuck.
Yeah, it's
You understand where I'm coming from? So
definitely
a lot of men are also in a comfort mind where they don't really have to do much like that.
I get you, but what we're trying to understand is
Devil's
what
advocate.
came first.
Okay.
Because remember, this is after.
Yeah.
Like the man, remember, like I said, no man's leaving the yard to go claim benefits.
Yeah, true.
So once he's out the yard, yeah, he may become a whatless brother and just has no desire to do anything.
Okay, yeah.
But put him back in the yard and give him the responsibility of you're the man, you need to provide for these people. I don't think he's relying on benefits to do that.
No.
If anything, it's going to put more of a battery in his back to go and figure something out and do. But what's driving him out is the woman's incentive over here that, listen, Mr. Government will provide for you and give you everything you need. You just need to get him out because we ain't going to give you anything if you've got him in the yard. That's
And again,
where-
devil's advocate. I hear that's what's driving him out, but is that what keeping him out?
No, but
Because
once
now,
it's-
Once you're out,
because
once
as a
you're
man,
there's no
you have a
return.
burden of performance.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So now that you're out, are you going to upgrade your game, or are you going to stay at that same level?
Yeah.
Were
No,
you
of
going
course,
to be
of course. I
treated
agree.
by
Yeah.
most women that way? You understand?
I agree, but what most men do is they level up but they've moved on from the woman.
Yeah.
They've leveled
Most
up.
men?
Well, no. Well, not most men, but the men. What you get is
Yeah.
cool. Any man with any kind of drive,
Yeah. Okay.
once they're kicked out,
Yeah.
they're looking to level up.
Yeah.
But they're not looking. They're now not
looking-
going
yeah.
back.
They're not going back to that
Not
woman.
going back to
They'll
you.
just get a new woman. Do you
Yeah,
understand? And then now you're out of the house.
They'll build with that woman,
Yeah.
and then that's when you get the resentful baby mum,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
who's now.
Can't see a picnic. No, that dirty girl, Lester.
But yeah, I think it's multifaceted, man. I think there's so
Yeah.
many levels. Feminism's definitely part of it as well.
Yeah,
What other
it's a massive
factors?
part.
What other factors did you throw in as one?
Feminism, welfare state. Yeah, because you have to remember when it comes to the feminism,
Is
independent.
there's
Yeah,
lots
it's
of
multifaceted
underneath
in
it.
that. You got the independency of I can get my own job now. I can go to school. I don't need a man now. I can live my best life. All that kind of stuff. And there's really no incentive for them to have kids because they're living their best life. You understand? Or again, we have to be partly blamed as well. There's so many traumatized women out there, and they're not doing the work to heal from that. They're just continuing to go through bad relationship after relationship, and they're not taking the responsibility of taking precautions. So they're having children with these bad guys, and then we get women that are having 3, 4, 5 baby dads.
Well, there
Well,
you go. So women's decision, women's choice, and vetting,
Yeah, it's
is another
very poor.
problem
It's very, very poor.
that contributes to
Yeah.
that.
Hey, listen, they know what they're doing when it comes to vetting. They know the outcome. They've seen it around them, you know. They know, say, sperm goes inside, baby comes out. You understand? Obviously, you're in some kind of preconceived mindset that this is going to be a forever after.
But
You
the thing is,
understand?
it's important. I think you touched on it. Society has always protected women. They've always set up systems for women to fall back on.
Yeah.
And I heard this guy say this on the podcast the other day. If it wasn't for the welfare system, there'd be a lot more deadbeat mothers than there are deadbeat fathers.
100%, of course.
They always got something to fall back on. So if the welfare system wasn't there, there'd be more deadbeat mums.
But-
And they would have to face the consequences for their actions,
But
which they don't
saying
have
that,
to now.
if the welfare system wasn't there, as I said, women are not stupid. I can see them making better choices of who they pick, even if they have
Precisely.
to.
That's my point.
Even if they have to subject themselves to polygamy. You understand where
That's
I'm
my
coming
point.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, because they got something to fall
Exactly.
back on. They don't have to. There's no
Exactly.
burden of performance for
So
them.
that's a
There's no
contributing
consequences.
factor.
Yeah,
That's
You're
another
right.
thing.
It would encourage better behavior.
yeah, and make better choices.
Yeah, it definitely would encourage better behaviour. You know, it would definitely encourage better behaviour in men as well, knowing that, well, man can't go 2 days hungry, you know. Man can't go 2 days hungry out here, fam. It's a tough life. Man, I have to go find somewhere of making the money, and guess what? We're back in the same place where capitalism kicks in. You understand? Yeah? But guess what? At some point, a man's going to realise, raw, yeah, man has to put in the work. He's absolutely got a burning desire for a burning performance right now.
There you go.
You get me? So I can give him a decent bit where he can't really complain, but he's surviving enough, but he has to want to come to work because, you get me? There's not enough for him to invest straight away, so he's going to have to come and put in multiple
There you go, Ty.
amount of work.
What's that?
Capitalism encourages more positive behaviors.
But you know I'm not against capitalism.
I like winding.
Yeah.
I like winding.
But
you up
the
on
thing
this
is,
topic.
I'm not going to get into the
Nah,
topic. But
that's for another.
That's for another time,
That's for
definitely.
another time.
Definitely, we could go ham
on
on that one.
paper, like we had the discussion plenty of time. On paper, they're all perfect. In practice, that's another story. So.
Yeah, it's a mad thing. It's a mad thing.
But I think men have to be sexually responsible, though, man. You can't just be out here slinging it around and having baby there, baby there, baby there. It's
I
just
agree.
ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Because I'm in my late age. I'm kind of practicing it a lot, but I don't know if it's because I've just got a low tolerance for bullshit.
Probably that.
So maybe when a female talks some trash and say they fall in love with what they hear, yeah, you're not falling in love with what you hear from me, especially if you keep up some trash. You understand? Because if you want to act masculine, I'll treat you masculine.
But you saying that you wouldn't smash now because your tolerance is low.
It's not
because
like-
back in the day, like he said before,
Nah, it's not.
At a
it's,
point-
it's not that I wouldn't smash.
yeah,
It's like I would
So you
probably talk my way out of smashing because I've got a low tolerance where even just to sit here with you long enough with awkward silence, now you have to leave. So maybe I could have awkward silenced it out or just be able to go and relax. I could have played the game. I don't want to. Because that's reaffirming your bad behaviour, blood.
yeah.
You understand?
How old are you,
So I would
Cyrus?
rather not get the crutches. You get me? Even though I want it,
Yeah.
but at certain times it's like, no, you know what? I got work to do, man. I beg you, but I'll chat to you soon, man. I beg you. God.
How old are you? If you
I'm
don't mind?
37.
So do you think? But do you lot not think? Listen, mind
So
you,
as I said, I don't know if it's because I got a low tolerance now.
I'm a good guy, yeah.
You're out the
and I'm out the game.
Yeah.
But do you not think we as men now, society is forcing us to move away from our natural,
Our innate nature
our innate nature, which
in
is
regards to
Repopulate,
Yeah.
plant the seed,
Like,
and keep life
there you
circulating,
go.
recycling.
Yeah.
So it's
But
like society. So it's a double whammy because the women are becoming more
masculine.
masculine, and it's like the men are moving away from the
nature.
masculine tendencies.
But even so, let's say okay,
Because you see, like, I'm just going to talk on me. Because you see, in my position, I've already got 3 kids. So that burning desire for legacy, I don't feel it.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I got 4. I'm out. I'm
You
done.
understand what I'm talking about? That,
Yeah.
that burning desire for me to want to keep up with your bullshit, I don't have to. I got legacy. I actually got leverage. I really don't have to. You offer me nothing. I've got youth. And that's the main thing most men want from women, bruv. I got youth.
but the thing is, like I was gonna say, our innate nature is quantity rather than quality.
Yeah.
A woman's is quality rather than quantity.
Yes, of course.
So our nature is to go forth and multiply, right? But we're doing it in an irresponsible way. Because if you look at certain countries in Africa or tribes, or anywhere in the world, to be honest, because monogamy is a Western world thing. Like half of the world on the east side practice polygamy. Certain community. That's the responsible way of going out there and sowing your seed. Do you understand? But we're doing it in such an irresponsible way where we're having children with women all over the place. Rather than, because the thing is, we're practicing polygamy in a dysfunctional way. Because I know guys that have 3 to 4 baby moms and have at least 12 kids, and they all know about each other. And they've gone from, let's say you got 3 baby moms, they've gone from breeding this first one, and then breeding the second one, third one, and then going back to the first one, breeding her, and then going back to the third one. So you're all over the place. They know that you're having children with the rest of the baby moms, going back and forth, and you're allowing it to happen because now you're in a competition with the rest of the women. Why not just sit them down and say, look, you all know about each other. Let's not be dysfunctional. It's going to have an effect on the children, me being out of the household, having siblings all over in different houses. Let's not just come together. We're all working, come together, bring our money to the one table and build something constructively. But no, we want to have this in-house fighting where that baby mom, if she sees her on the street, they're fighting, or let's see who can have more babies with this one man and make everything a competition when you can just sit down and come to some sort of compromise. It's just baffling. It's just dysfunctional to me. It's dysfunctional polygamy that we practice in our community.
Mad. Dysfunctional polygamy, you know. Yeah, man. As I said, you know, dysfunctional polygamy, women are moving mad. The guys out here are moving mad. You understand? Everybody needs to hold themselves accountable, to be honest. You get me? Because the only kind of accountability I hold, as I said, everybody has got to hold themselves to accountable. But I only mainly hold the people in my circle accountable. You understand? Because if you want to be around me and I around you, there's a certain level of behavior I'm willing to accept.
Yeah.
And there's a cut-off point.
Yeah.
You understand? So amongst our circle, we're supposed to hold each other accountable. You understand? Because sometimes you might be falling off.
Yeah.
And sometimes man needs to...
Have words.
You
You're
understand?
moving reckless out here.
You understand where we're coming from. But yeah, genuinely, man, everybody's really got to hold themselves accountable. You understand? I know it's a difficult thing to do because there's always something to blame.
Yeah.
You understand? And if they run out of something to blame, believe they're going to blame. They're going to blame itself and blame. Like, these people are dangerous.
Anything but themselves, isn't it?
This is it. You understand?
And the thing is, it's very difficult to hold other people accountable because, like, you have family members or friends or close people to you that you can't tell them nothing, or they come to you, you continuously keep telling them the same thing over and over again, and they don't change. But because you're loyal to them, you keep them around you.
And this is where it comes to holding, as I said, yourself accountable.
Yeah.
100%.
You understand?
Exactly.
Because if you're not adhering to what I'm saying,
Yeah.
I now have to remove you or remove
Thank you.
myself.
Thank
Exactly.
I understand? For the benefit of my physical
yes.
and mental being.
I had that same conversation with someone very close in my
Yeah.
family just yesterday. I said, listen, we're having the same conversation about your interaction with this other person.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you the same thing every single time.
Yeah.
At some point, this conversation I'm having with you now, I need to look at myself now and say, listen, what am I doing?
Yeah.
It's true, it's true.
Because if I was now telling you about the conversation I had with someone else about the conversation,
Yeah.
you'd be,
I'm
at
gonna
some
be
point
looking
you'd
at
be
you.
like, bro, stop
Yeah.
having a conversation with them.
Exactly.
And this rolls into the next topic perfectly. Perfectly.
Let me quickly touch on two things.
Nah, it's cool. It's
Yeah?
cool. Touch.
I think let me just touch on what you said. I think we have to normalize getting rid of toxic people in our lives,
100%.
whether it be blood related or friends.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Because not everybody is for you, and not everybody has the best intentions for you, even though you share the same
You say
DNA.
bring back bullying. Bring back bullying.
What?
Nah, bro, because almost anything now is bullying.
Yeah.
If I have a difference with you, or maybe I don't like what you're wearing, and I don't like that, bro. Like, you're bullying me now because of what? You understand? Bring back bullying, man. If I have to shame and insult you, like, come on.
It's not even that. It's just like getting rid of toxic people, like I said,
it's
whether
true,
it be
it's
friends or family. But to touch on what you said before I make my last point,
Yeah.
I think we should normalize shaming again.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of
definitely
things that
think so.
that are dysfunctional within our community, it used to be shameful, but now we're accepting it as the norm.
But knowing that if we normalize shaming again, knowing that there's gonna be a high rise, a high rate of people outing themselves. You understand? Because these people already got some weak mindset. Just imagine you're really bringing in normalizing shaming now.
Yeah.
I can see man.
Men deleting themselves.
Deleting themselves.
Yeah.
Black. You understand?
It's gonna.
Because the only reason I say that, right? People call out slavery and go mad.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if we've seen what we see and what we think, we even had a little glimpse of growing up, what it might be like. These people collapse and die.
Yeah.
They're claiming slavery. They don't know what it's like.
Yeah.
They will die. You understand where I'm coming from? So this is where I come to the mindset. Shaming, normalizing, the minds are gone.
Yeah,
a
they're
lot of
weak.
their minds are so weak. Bro.
Yeah.
They can't even describe what a woman is, fam. We're already talking about this.
Even if you do, they flip out. But go
Yeah,
ahead, go
bro.
on.
But then, silent. What's the alternative? What's the alternative? Because the alternative to me,
Yeah.
by not doing that,
Yeah.
is you're just creating weaker and weaker and weaker people, mentally weaker. So it's like at some point,
Yeah.
I believe things move in pendulums. It moves like this, then it goes back like this. So I believe there will be a time where certain things that we grew up on, certain principles that
Yeah,
the common sense that we grew up on,
Yeah.
is going to come back.
Yeah.
Because we're going to go so far this way and realize it's we just.
But like you were saying before, Universe 25, there's a tipping point.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think we have to wait until society collapses on itself
Bro,
before
I
we
don't
go
wanna be
back.
around when that.
Because we're there. We're at the brink. We're at the brink of collapse.
What does that look like though? Society collapsing. I don't think I want to be a part.
You
of
wanna see it?
I don't
Do you
wanna,
want to?
Do you want to see what is the
Bro,
collapse?
I don't think
Bro.
anybody wants to see it.
It's
But
better curing. It's
Have
better
you-
curing.
I think we're at
Back
the
in the
tipping
day on
age.
Channel 5, there was a program called Tribe.
Okay.
in the mornings.
Yeah.
No.
No, I think,
No.
I think, I
I'm
think,
thinking about
I think,
Ireland
I
or
think,
something like
like,
this.
I think, like on the weekends it might be. I think it was on in the afternoon when you came home from school.
Okay.
You understand, right? Tribe. It was basically like the parents got wiped out, and it's basically kids.
Kids.
You get me? Basically surviving now, and they made their own groups and their own little village, and
Yeah.
you understand. You know, what I mean, they're foraging for food and whatever the case is. You understand where I'm coming from? Some of us in this world already know how to live that lifestyle. But you see, with these comfortable minds up here, as I say, they're done. They're self-deleting. You understand? The economy crashes, they're self-deleting. You understand? I grew up in an era where I know how to skin a goat. I know how to skin a cackle. You get me? I literally know how to start a fire with just wood.
Yeah.
I don't need no light. You understand? I literally know how to do certain things. I know how to survive. I know how to build my own little shed.
Yeah.
You get me? Make my hammock out of literally just, it just needs to be flexible enough branches. I do my own little thing. You understand? So I grew up in a time where survival was taught.
Yeah.
That was a primary thing.
It's like we were saying before. It's not anymore
It's not.
because we're so privileged and we don't have to learn the basics. But yeah. Well, I think you're just gonna say something.
Nah, I'm just asking myself. I'm trying to think of what. it's gonna
Go on.
sound bad.
Go on.
Just say it.
No, I'm just trying to think. What purpose does society have? What purpose do weak-minded men serve to society? Like, if
I see where you're going. Where what's so bad about weak-minded people deleting themselves? Is what
I
you
didn't
wanted to
say
say.
that, but I'm just thinking. Okay, if these people are of weak mind, what benefit
Are they for
are
society?
they anyway? Like they're like a computer game character
But-
that's not.
But that's the thing,
I'm
it's in
just-
the mind.
NPC.
They think.
Yeah, NPCs,
like,
bots.
They think, just like we think, regardless of the job or whatever kids we have, we think we're
I've
some
got an answer
benefit
for you. Yeah.
to society. They also think, regardless of what's going on, there's still some benefit.
Yeah.
You understand? So they're hanging on to that little glimmer of hope, that little glimmer of oh, I have to tell myself I'm beautiful. I have to tell myself that life ain't too bad, so I can just get on with it and not really have a reason to crash out and, you know, delete myself or whatever it is. Like they're constantly in their mind telling them. That's what it seems like to me. They're just like, telling themselves, convincing themselves, hanging on to that little glimmer of whatever, you know.
They do have a benefit.
What's that?
The benefit is if you have weak-minded people, they become nothing more than consumers.
I was thinking the same thing.
The zombies.
Yeah, consumers of porn, consumers of food, consumers of technology, all these things that bring you comfort or the dopamine.
Laziness as well.
No, but
You become
bring who? Because
corporations, the powers that be. You just become someone that just spends because
Okay,
you're looking for
so I
external
get you.
happiness.
So they're intentionally being made
So
weaker.
that's
So they can
that's
be
their
easily
version.
Yeah.
That's their version of a utopia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Understand?
exactly.
Break
yeah.
the mind,
They give you
control
a-
the body.
Yeah.
They give you a version
You
of
understand where I'm
utopia,
coming from?
which is
Yeah.
but they give you a version of utopia. You just have to follow it because everyone is doing that.
Yeah.
Like the iPhone. I use like I love electronics. I studied that.
Yeah.
I don't like iPhones. They are expensive for what they give you. They are really expensive. I don't know if you probably use iPhone.
Yeah, I got
I don't
iPhone.
like that. I don't like they produce one a year, which is the same as the last year. They improve little things.
Yeah, very small. Yeah,
And this is the consume, right? This is literally how they are creating this like utopic world where where you have to have that. So you are part of the community, right?
Yeah.
You can look like me,
Yeah.
right? And if you actually don't do that, you kind of
When you're
look
talking, you can
weird.
actually switch the cameras, you know. So you just got the camera just balancing me. Fam.
It's fine.
It's on
I
someone.
know it's on him now. It's on
Okay,
him
it just
now.
makes sense when you're switching
Yeah,
cameras in
yeah,
between when
I'm
you're
gonna
talking. Yeah, man. Mad, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, fam. I had a TV, fam. You see. This is why there's so much black madness in the community. You know, a black man's never happy for a next man's purchase plan. In fact, I managed to make the match. I kicked out my thing. No, I'm just messing people. I shouldn't even be making fun and light of a situation like that. You get me? But what can you do? You get me? But yeah, man. Yeah, what was you saying, Red?
No, nothing. Just yeah, we are in a society where you have to really find yourself before following rules. Rules are made from people that made them a long time ago when we had less planning, less power, less of everything, less food, less of everything basically. At least if we were in this counter, like if I was here.
Yeah, but you're
if I
taught,
was-
but you get taught the rules before you find yourself, regardless.
Yeah, no, so you don't have to follow the rules. You have to find yourself first. Anyway, even if they sell you anything, you should behave like yourself, like silent business, and then try and follow even your friends.
But that's the thing, though. Is that really yourself, or is that just
Something
you know what I mean, a
you're-
program by somebody else's?
Yeah, to make you think you are yourself this way. Yeah,
You understand where I'm
true,
coming
true,
from?
true, true, true,
Yeah,
true, true.
because don't forget,
It's
you've been grown up by your parents, and you've been
Yeah,
influenced by whosoever
Absolutely.
you've grown up around. Is that
What I'm
really
saying-
yourself, or you adapting influence
What I'm
from different
saying is
places
actually don't be-
and adding that to whatever you think yourself is as characteristic, but saying it's yourself, but really it's just an adaptation of other people's personalities and traits, just like they've done.
What I'm
so
saying
and
is
so
actually don't even adapt to what your parents say. Our
on.
parents suffered much more than what we did. At least my parents after war in Yugoslavia, you know how it was.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really affect how your parent controlled you or how you were grown from them. I guess it's you still have to think your mind, because our parents sincerely they suffered a lot of things compared to us. So we just need to use what we have to our advantage. Exactly what you were saying, like our ancestor will be angry at us. So what we can do is just pay honor to them in some way. For me, paying honor is non-following anything and anyone until I don't really realize what I like from my life, from my perspective. Anything like at all, even my parents sometimes, which can seem wrong.
All right, antithesis. you know, hey, bro, you come to like an agent of distraction. Are you an agent of distraction, fam? You people need to watch out for these agents of distraction. You know, I'm telling you, they're
Not
all
with
in,
the U, with the A.
they're all in your friend zone, your
Distraction.
family hub. These agents of distraction think they're doing good, but they're really doing the flipping, the system's work, trying to distract you. But one more thing, people. Why don't we like to confront our mental illness, our mental health issues?
We as black people, you know.
Yeah. Why don't we like to confront our mental health issues? You know.
First and foremost, you need to know that you have a mental illness.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us are in denial of that fact. So, long story short, obviously elaborate as the conversation goes. But again, if you don't know you're ill, you're not going to get help that you need.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I pretty much agree, and we was talk about this on the way here in terms of in the black community
Yeah.
getting help for mental health issues. Well, especially the time when I was growing up, was not heard of.
Yeah.
It was like it was a sign of weakness. It was something only rich people sort of did or had access to.
Yeah.
So it was just acting out whatever your emotions or aggressions were on each other, pretty much. I just think in the black community in general, acknowledging that you have any form of mental illness is weak. It's considered to be weak, which I don't completely disagree with.
Yeah.
Because me personally, sitting here right now, I don't think I've got any mental
I
illness.
was gonna say, go on.
What about certain people's mental illness? Like, this is one of the biggest mental illness that a lot of people has, but don't even probably think it's a mental illness. Delusion.
What I was gonna say to what you were saying is that I think the phrase mental illness is a bit strong. I'll probably we got a lot of characteristics or behaviors that are mentally unhealthy. Maybe we're mentally unhealthy as a people.
Okay.
Maybe
Unhealthy, illness, injury, mental injury.
Yeah, it's kind of like semantics, isn't it? I'm trying to lessen it.
So let's not do that.
You're trying to change the word paedophile to
Let's not do that.
Don't do that.
You're
Let's
just,
not do that.
nah, he's got a point though. He's got a point though.
Call it what it is.
Call it
bro.
what it is.
Mental. Nah, I'm joking.
If that's a sheep, we're gonna call it a sheep.
know
We're
what?
not gonna call it
Nah.
a donkey.
Yeah, don't censor yourself, bruv.
Not at all. I'm not even censoring myself because you have to be very careful because
Don't censor silent business now.
not at all. I do that for a reason. I did that for a reason
I
because
hear you,
when it comes to mental illness, people want to use it as an excuse, or they want to go forth and get some sort of medication for it. Do you understand? They use it as a disability rather than seeing it as you have some unhealthy behaviors that are detriment to yourself and your community. That's why I don't want to use the word mental illness.
Ooh,
Do you understand? So
I'm gonna clip that.
So like we were saying before, back in the day, we only saw therapy for white people or celebrities because the only form of therapy we saw was on TV shows where they sit down on the couch and they're millionaires anyway. They sit down on the couch, blah, blah, blah. That's our only concept of it. But I think that it is very important to get counseling, get therapy, but also, like I was saying, we were talking about in the car, you're not supposed to stay within therapy. You're supposed to graduate at some point in time. And a lot of people use it as a crutch where they get addicted to it, talk about your problems, you remain in that pity vacuum, and you feel good about yourself because you've spoken about whatever, you got things off your chest, and it's always good to get things off your chest, but you just continue to keep going. Every time you got an issue, you just keep going there, and you're not getting any solutions out of this. So people remain in therapy for years and years and years. So again, if you are going to go to therapy, you have to sort of like draw up an action plan, a practical plan that will get you out of therapy in a time period, in a time frame, or you're just going to remain there. Yeah, we know that what's it called? Trauma gets passed down through generations and generations through your genes. So we are, as a people, because we've been through slavery and so forth, as a people, we are unhealthy, and that definitely needs to be addressed. Like again, a lot of us don't know that we're mentally unhealthy, and we have certain traits about us that are detriment to ourselves.
I know it varies from person to person, but just in general, do you think it's more damaging to get therapy and stay in it, as you were saying, one criticism of it, or do you think it's worse to not get it at all?
This might sound mad, but I think it's actually worse staying in it.
Really?
Because I said this in the car, you reinforce your victimhood.
Oh, wow.
You reinforce it, so you start believing that you are the victim. Rightly so, you are, but there's no end goal. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. You just continue to keep talking about what you've been through and your experiences, and you almost start reinforcing yourself. Yeah, I am this person, and
Repetitive.
and yeah, it becomes repetitive, and I can't change. This is who I am. Where this is not who you are. The reason why you've developed these behaviors is because it's a coping mechanism that your brain had to do for survival. So you've learned these patterns, these bad patterns, or these bad behaviors to help you survive that particular situation or event. But after that, they need to be now addressed and deleted.
Is it not the therapist's job to help the patient like eventually move on from their existence? And then
In theory, it's supposed to, but because they're getting paid, why get rid of a client if they're going to continue to keep coming back
I
to you?
think literally the same thing. I think literally the same thing. Why should ever get rid of your client?
That's just like a pharmaceutical. They don't give you drugs to cure you.
The
to
doctor
cure
in
you.
general, they don't give you a cure. They give you something to just
Yeah, to mask
better,
it. Yeah.
to mask the cure. The cure itself, you have to make an operation or something that is actually expensive, and you have to pay for it. If
It's
you
a
want
one-off.
something free, is something you have to mask.
yeah, I just think about it from the fitness world and the personal training
Yeah.
element,
Yeah.
which is your physical health to a degree. There's other factors, but
Yeah.
you know,
It's connected
but,
to your mental health, as you already know.
It
Yeah,
is,
go on. Yeah.
But I think like a personal trainer, if
Yeah.
personal trainer is just trying to get me to be his client forever,
Yeah.
nah, you're meant to get me to a point where
You can
I feel
maintain
good
it
about
yourself.
myself. I know I've got enough knowledge that I can then continue on. So
Yeah.
I just find it mad that a therapist would just try to. Actually, I don't find it mad, but it's crazy.
If you yeah,
So now that you said that, is it a thing that we can say maybe a lot of some of these mental illnesses aren't actually mental illnesses?
That was my
right?
point at the beginning.
It's just
Probably
maybe
caused by
people at the time going through a particular situation and they can't explain it, but they find some kind of explanation online, you understand, and they think, oh, this fits what I'm going through.
Yeah.
So they even self-diagnose themselves as well,
yeah.
you understand, and believe they have a form of mental illness, you understand. And of course you're going to go to maybe the so-called professional. They know what's going on. They probably even done deduce, you ain't got no mental health, but guess what?
yeah,
Keep
your
that money
yeah,
coming.
yeah.
You understand
There
where I'm
is
coming
there is a thing called hypochondriac. It's
Hypo-
people
yeah.
hypochondriac.
Hypochondria,
Yeah.
I love how he speaks, blood.
It's in Italian.
Hypochondriac.
It's in Italian. So, it means people who think they have illnesses.
That
Yeah,
but
they always
don't.
think
I think
something's
they
wrong
actually
with them.
exist. It's a mental illness.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
you
a
ain't heard of
mental
that before?
illness. It's absurd.
Bruv, it's mad.
No, I've heard of it,
Yeah.
but then it goes back to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hypochondria. You're looking how you've got a word to describe.
It's
So now
stupid.
you're going to run with it. And now you're going to self-diagnose and self-believe this is true.
Yeah, it didn't exist
And,
in
and
the
you're
past.
internalizing that.
That was
and you're
my
messing
point.
with your
Yep.
being.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You understand? You-
And then you change your whole perspective. Then you start looking at things that will convince you that you're actually right.
Yeah, bruv.
That's what I said. That's why I don't want to use the word mental illness, because that was my thought process of calling
but
it mental
now,
illness.
but now we can say, say they're doing this all them to themselves. Isn't it really a mental illness?
That's what I was about to just say.
You
Just
see, I
now,
just bring it
literally
back
now.
around there differently.
Isn't that in itself a mental illness? The fact that you're striving to find something wrong with you to then say it's
So
it's
I'm actually-
dangerous calling it a mental illness, because you now say that this is the illness that you kind of reinforce that.
He's right, because
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
still giving them an excuse to.
Yeah, I can't cure myself now. This is a disability I have, a mental disability. I can't cure myself. But that's not the truth.
yeah.
With psychology, you can change, you can rewire your brain to think a different way. So that's why I said before, the traumatic event you went through, your brain defended itself. So it creates certain things within your psyche to defend yourself. But now you're out of that situation, you're supposed to rewire your brain and become healthier again.
Yeah.
What people don't.
And it goes back down to the thing where do they want to, but are they willing to put
do
in the work?
Yeah.
Again, and this is what we were talking about in the car as well. When you speak to these people that are going through therapy, or not even going through therapy, they say, "Oh yeah, I spent years and years working on myself." Ask them what they actually did. They journaled, they spoke about it, they revisited it, they watched a few videos, they read a few books. That is not doing the work. You did nothing practical to change the patterns you constantly keep showing, to change your behaviors. You did nothing. All you did was relive it and talk about it. You should do that because you need to unpack it and understand why you went through what you went through. It's not your fault and so on. It's their fault. But you're supposed to take certain things from it. What am I now looking for so I don't get into another abusive relationship? What red flags did I see back then that I can now put that in my toolbox and say, I see red flags in you, I'm not going to mess with you. Do you understand? What am I going to do in this situation where I just saw red and I attacked this person, whatever, I got anger issues? What triggers do I have? You need to do some sort of self-realization. Do you understand? That's the work you need to do. But a lot of people just want to watch videos and listen to music and journal, write in their diary. That is not doing the work. But don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Therapy is important. But for me, you need to have therapy and you need to have a life coach. Plugging myself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Subscribe to the life coach. Subscribe to Ty on Instagram, people.
Ty's _purpose. But
me?
yeah, you need both. You need the practicality side of it, and you need a theoretical. You need a theory side of it where you're going to talk about it, you're going to unpack it, because the person that's dealing with you or helping you needs to understand why you're the way you are.
You know what it is? I was watching this little few minutes clip about I think I even posted it up on my YouTube channel. I think it was a Russian scientist that was talking about what they came to the West and did. Right? They what was it? They demoralized the minds of the people, right? And he quoted the scientist that came up with the idea, the Russian scientist that came up with the idea, and he was saying even he didn't even think in his wildest dreams what they were trying to accomplish would work on this astronomical scale, like wildfire. And this is what's going on right now. The people know what they've been demoralized to a point where they will accept it. You understand? Unless there is a reason right now, some Messiah coming down from the sky where it says, listen, people, you have to stand up and fight. I'll give you some fake flipping angel dust. I sprinkle some down and you understand? But the people are demoralized to the point where they will accept death. That's what's happening today.
But there is something to be said about if you are going to strip away someone's belief or someone's belief system or whatever, there is something to be said that you kind of not need to, but it makes sense to give them something else to believe in.
Yeah, you need to replace it.
Yeah. My problem is what a lot of people don't realize is they are the replacement.
Yeah.
They themselves are the replacement. You're being given a message that you ain't shit. This is where your value lies. This is what you need to believe in.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's not what you in the mirror is what you need to believe in.
Yeah, yeah.
You in the mirror is your savior.
Yeah.
You understand? So, I've never been a victim. I don't like being a victim. I will never let someone label me any kind of victim title. Like, I hate it. But there's just people out there that just thrive on it. They want to go to the doctor and find out the next thing wrong with them. They want to, like, go see a counsellor or whatever constantly to be reinforced the message of, Paul, you... Nah, don't ever say Paul me nothing.
Hence all this confusion. Break the mind, control the body.
That's mad.
You get me? Anything possible to break the mind to have their version of a utopia. You get me? Yeah, but yeah, man. Anything you got? Any last thoughts, gentlemen? You get me? Before we tone down.
Let me ask a question,
Yeah, come in.
because let me see if I can articulate it the best way I can. Because I do believe in therapy,
Yeah.
and it's important. Do you believe in it, or are you totally against it? And do you think is good, even though you don't have a mental illness, or you might have unhealthy habits? Do you think that everybody should get a tune up, just like your car gets an
Yeah,
MOT?
But
So-
what type? Oh no.
Oh,
Go on.
Questions out there.
Oh,
Just
oh,
like
okay.
Go on, go
just
on.
like
Let me-
your car gets
What-
MOT.
What type of therapy are we? What type of therapy are we talking about? Professional therapy?
Yeah,
Or
professional.
family,
No,
friends
no.
type therapy?
professional.
Professional, yeah.
Okay.
You need somebody that understands psychology rather than
Okay.
just
Considering knowing what I know, I wouldn't find them useful. Me personally, right? Because you probably can help me, but I know this is a money game for you. So how much help are you really giving me? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Considering with the people around me, my
Are you taking
circle,
that out of the scenario? Are you taking the nefarious money grab out of it? Or
But the thing
but
is,
now you can't take it out
if
because
it's your
it's in there.
excuse,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
if it's your excuse,
Alright,
then
fine.
You
or your
understand?
reason, then
like, now I'm just saying, when you break it down and really look at it, you get me. Are you telling me the trash that you want me to hear so I can keep coming back and lying in your pockets? Or are you genuinely trying to help me? You understand where I'm coming from? But I know the people around me, whether I tell them my story or whether I want to do anything about it or not, somebody's going to give me a solution. It's whether I want to do something about it or not.
yeah.
You understand?
Are they equipped?
Whether they understand, maybe, you know what? I understand, you know what? He can't mobilize right now. Right now, we just need somebody to talk to understand stuff that's going on in his head. You understand? And then hopefully we can break down what's going on in his head. Then hopefully after that, we can put him in a position where, you understand, he or she don't get into their head as much and can do other stuff to get their attention away from whatever. You understand where I'm coming from, right? We can do this at home. We can do this amongst friends and family. I'm not saying most people are intelligent to really notice what's going on, to maybe put somebody in a position, or maybe, you know what, I know a friend that it's more beneficial talking to them than me on whatever. You understand where I'm coming from, right? But you're going to them to tell you, like, as I said, they're going to tell you whatever madness to keep lying in their pockets.
I think there's a difference between knowing that you're a functioning, sane person in society and you going to a therapist because you're actually traumatized. I think I would assume all of us in this room is at a state of sanity where we don't have to or need to go to a therapist.
Yeah.
So we can understand that if we're going to a therapist, we're not going to get bamboozled because we're not traumatized, but we're just going there for a different perspective, a perspective that comes from psychology that we might not understand and those around us might not understand
this is
because
what
they
I was
haven't gone
gonna say.
through the necessary education.
my answer is, if you asked me this, like, even I think maybe 18 months ago,
Yeah.
I'd have been like, no, I would never go to a therapist. But now it's weird because now I think I would. And you lot have just enlightened me to what I would need to watch out for, which is someone who's going to keep trying to perpetuate
Yeah.
whatever it is I'm coming there to express,
Yeah.
to keep me coming back.
Why you think they're working? It's a money game.
That's the thing,
But the
though.
thing is,
This is
I
the
don't
night.
think all of them
I
are
must
going to be like
accept
that.
Where I'm naive.
I'm not
to vet
saying
them.
all unless somebody that you know. Because don't forget, it's a
Yeah.
friend of a friend game. You know,
Whether-
if you know a friend that can put you onto a good one that say, listen,
Yeah.
my guy really believes in what he's doing. Not trying to take your money. He's
Yeah,
getting
refer
his
them
money
to one.
regardless. My man does good
But this
work.
is where I
you
have to accept that I'm naive. I'm openly telling you, look, I've been very naive in this realm. Like I just have not, because like I said, growing up, we didn't do these things.
it's
What
true.
you're going to talk to a stranger about your problems? Like that's almost like snitching on yourself. That was almost like you just don't talk. You don't go. Like we're raised to not even talk our home business
Yeah.
outside of the home.
Yeah.
Yet alone me go and sit in front of a stranger and tell him. So growing up, that was my mindset around it. But then I realized, no, okay. After having some conversations with you and realizing that actually it's true, we're all carrying something.
Yeah, from our
That,
childhood.
yeah, that we might not be able to put our finger on and all that. And so now my answer would be I would, but again, I would go into it now knowing what to watch out for.
Yeah, yeah. You have to, anything you do, you have to be wise about it, innit? You can't just, oh, look, there's one, and then go with them straight away and just give them your money. Do you know what I mean? Look at their records, look at their testimonies, you know what I mean? Do your homework.
But bruv, even talking with you in the car, bro,
Yeah.
I had to ask you the question of, is therapy not something you just continuously do?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even know. I didn't. He said to me, "You're meant to upgrade from therapy." I was like, "Is it?" Like I was shocked,
They would like to have you in the
bro.
mindset.
They would have me
I'm
because
telling you.
I'll be thinking.
I'm
But
telling
mind
but
you,
the thing is that let me show you, right? 'Cause let me show you. There's a therapy. Unless it's physical therapy and it's kind of still the same thing, but they will probably kind of want to get you fixed up, but long out the time, right? Bro, I'm just saying this. If it's about the money game, and a lot of these people know what they're doing, and don't forget, like they've been taught, you know, understand by like they've been taught in a certain way, right? How to deliver certain type of information, right? How to receive certain type of information, and some of them even got like trigger sentences. You understand? Where almost all of their flipping clients hear these phrases over and over again.
In different ways, yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
So who's to tell me that you're not feeding me bullshit? Like who's to because you're speaking some clever shit that sounds amazing to me. You articulated yourself amazing. The words that you're using, it's like, how much times have you felt like that? Come on now. You understand?
But I don't
so
see it.
if like he could like it's a money game, so you
Yeah.
could be spewing your trash to me, telling me the stuff I need to hear, still keeping me in knowing what you're doing, making me think you're helping me, but still keeping me in a comfort zone so I can still come back to you and give you my money.
So let me ask you, lot,
they-
sorry
Go
to cut you.
Go on.
All right. I got expelled, I think, from. I think I got suspended or something from school or expelled, and I was told I have to go counselling.
Yeah.
I think I went 2 sessions, and then I myself cut it because I'm like, why am I sitting there just talking to this person? This person's not saying anything. He's not really giving me nothing back.
Yeah.
This is me as a kid. Yeah. 2 sessions stopped, and I only went because I was told I have to go. Right. So I'm just trying to understand what is therapy, because as far as I know, you go, you lie on the couch, and you talk, and they don't. There's
That
not
was gonna
much
be what I was gonna
input
tell you.
from them.
That's what I was
So
gonna tell
I
you.
don't understand where this
Skepticism.
milking and manipulation comes from. Like
Again, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I was going to touch on that just before that.
okay.
The thing is, this is what goes on within our community. We find the negatives in everything, it's just so that we don't do it. Do you understand? I'm not shitting on what you're saying,
no,
but
of
it's
course,
true.
of
It's
course.
true. I was there as well. Do you
This
know
is
what I
back and
mean? Therapy, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But you're rightly so. The therapist is there to listen to you ultimately and give their perspective on certain things. So you open up and you actually get the light bulb moment from yourself. They're only pulling what's out.
What's in, out.
What's out what's in you out of you.
Yeah.
Do you understand? They're just trying to get you to realize certain behaviors for you to acknowledge them. So therefore you can move forward with it.
Okay.
They're not there to monologue you and talk about, oh, this and that and blah, blah, blah. They're there to listen, and they will touch on certain things to make you home in on it. Because you might be talking and you might just gloss over something that's very important that you might not see that was important. And they'll say, let's stop and let's dig deep into that. And then they'll ask you certain questions, opening questions, so you can unpack it, and you'll be like, you know what? I didn't see it that way. So they're there to give you a perspective. They're there to guide you through the trauma.
Okay.
That's what they're there for.
So the milking element can come from where? When they hone in on certain things, or they bring you down another avenue that
I'm
maybe
there.
you never...
I'm there. I'm supposed to be there for my trauma, right? I'm sitting down doing all the talking, and then you mention something, and I get a eureka moment, something that I should have known myself. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's
You
the whole
understand?
point.
So this is what I'm saying. You can talk amongst friends, different
But they're
people
not-
you come
they're-
across,
yeah.
different people you come across, right? Because we learn a lot from different individuals. You understand where I'm coming from? I'm not saying you're likely to buck up on that person that gives you the answer. You understand where I'm coming from? But you're likely to come up with a solution yourself. Whether you want to put in the work and embark on it and deal with it, that's what it comes down to.
But I would
You
say
understand? 'Cause
something in response to that.
I'm not
though.
saying everything. I'm saying a lot of people know what the problem is. You
Yeah,
understand?
Yeah.
They just don't want to do nothing. And then when they find out, when they get that eureka light bulb moment, they still don't do anything about it.
But
So
how
then it's
many
like,
people
oh God.
seek counsel from other people, the wrong people, and walk out with the wrong
advice.
advice, or even if they didn't get advice,
Yeah,
Their
yeah.
even if they
perspective.
didn't get advice,
Yeah.
they walked out with a reinforcement that what they were thinking originally is the right thing to go do.
Yeah, because people that are close to you are going to have a innocent agenda, which will be not to offend you.
And more to
And-
you're right. Yeah,
Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's
that
going to be an
person did
echo
do you
chamber.
wrong.
So, so a stranger that has no dog in this fight, he's not going to
Or she.
pander. Yeah, he or she is not going to, or both. He's not going to pander to you. You know what I mean? They're not going to pander to you. Do you understand? Because they have no dog in this fight. So they're just there to do their job. And you go, we're talking about people that have been through traumatic experiences. You can't go to people that are unqualified to talk about it. Do you understand? Like your friends and your family. Because they're just, long story short, they're just going to say, you're going to have to get over it. Do you understand? Or I understand. But they not really know how the human brain operates. Do you understand?
Or they're just gonna pat you on the back and make you feel like even
That
more
you're
of,
right,
of a victim.
That you're a
than-
victim,
yeah.
exactly. Because a lot of us are steadfast in this victimhood. You're going to be in the echo chamber. Do you understand? And they're just going to reinforce what you already want to sit in your comfortability. I'm a victim, I can't do nothing about it. They're just going to reinforce that. So it's important to talk to somebody that has no dog in the fight and give you a professional perspective, because we don't have the tools. You have to remember, in psychology, there's certain tools you can use to pull certain things out of people. Do you understand? There's a criteria when it comes to therapy or counseling or coaching. Do you understand? Not many people know these things. So you can't just go to any Tom, Dick or Harry.
I hear you got a point. You got a point. You got a massive point. You get me?
I think
But
the fact that
it still stands. It still stands that we can talk to as many counselors, world leaders on specialized topics.
Yeah.
I understand where I'm coming from. But at the end of the day, this is what I'm still directing it to. You probably already know the problem already before you even got that eureka moment. Are you going to put in the work to fix it? And this is what it boils down to.
And that's why people stay in it.
You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah? So this is what I'm saying. Like, so even if it's traumatic, I'm not saying every traumatic situation. Right? Because when I'm thinking traumatic, I'm thinking you literally been heinously assaulted, your vagina's been taken from you, or your man, you've been done up somewhere, and you understand? I'm thinking some shit where your mind just is trying to compute. Because even when I think of certain things, I think, how would I get over something like that? You understand where I'm coming from, right? So I'm not talking every traumatic, because there's some traumatic experience that we can say the mind literally like needs therapy. You understand, right? But I'm just saying, like, when it comes to, you know, how can I explain this? Like, some simple traumatic,
The more subtle things.
Yeah, you understand. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, you can talk to somebody and somebody will shed light on it. You understand? How much time have we talked to some people about our problems and we think it's, and they just shed light on it like that? But are we willing to do something about it? And that's what it really boils down to. Shed as much light as you want.
But the thing is,
Are you willing to do something to get yourself out of that
the
position?
therapist gives you tools to
me?
get to that point.
Yeah.
Do you understand? The therapist will give you
They
certain...
give you the tools, but you still have to use them.
Yeah, but I'm saying using a therapist versus just talking to somebody, majority of the time, normal people that are not in the profession don't have any tools to give you, where the therapist will give you certain things to take home and do to change your patterns, your behaviors.
Yeah, but before there was professional therapists, the community was the therapist. So this is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You
But
understand where I'm coming
we
from?
still perpetuated certain bad behaviors. For example, a lot of us, especially in the black community, we learned, our forefathers and foremothers learned certain behaviors from the slave master. Do you understand? Like beating your kids ridiculously. That's because the slave master beat the shit out of you, and that traumatic experience or that practice went down through generations and generations. Rather than talking to your child and understanding that your child is simple-minded, it's not advanced as you, and you should be smart enough and experienced enough to convince your child not to behave a certain way or whatever, or give them a different perspective to see where they went wrong. Us as a community, we try to beat that out of our kids, but we grow up and think there's nothing wrong with that. But you've learned certain behaviors out of that are detriment to your kids that's going to be growing up. Do you understand? Because we need to break certain things.
I ain't gonna lie, 2023, so some kids need beating out.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
You know
But
what
the thing,
it
this
is?
is them producing weak-minded kids, because there's a difference between discipline and just abusing your child. A lot of us went through abusive parent-child relationships and not knowing it.
Yeah,
Like,
but
there's nothing wrong with discipline.
yeah, but
there's
we have to
levels to it.
understand, when we're young, our parents are trying to tell us the good things to do. Don't misbehave, go school, learn your lesson, rare. But in our eyes, we probably think we're doing that, right? But they see something different where we're misbehaving, and what they're gonna tell us again, and they tell us again, and they tell us again. We're not listening. You understand? Because we think there's no consequence. But you drape us up and tell us what? There's no consequence. You understand? But guess what? When you get a firm beating now, you understand quickly. You understand? So I'm not saying beat up your kids, but when you beat them, let them know what they're getting beaten for. You get me? There's nothing wrong with the beating. Believe you me, there's nothing wrong with
That's
physical
unhealthy.
force.
That's
Why would you say that's unhealthy? though?
Because now they think because someone's done wrong to them or they don't agree with something, that your first answer is violence.
Yeah, but you know what? I shouldn't have to tell you multiple times.
But the thing is,
I could sit you down, like, because as I said, and you said you've got 4 kids, right? Right. Some people deal with their kids differently, right? But the way how I grew up, it's not say I was unruly, but you know, when we was at a certain age, we was allowed a lot more freedom than these young kids were in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So we were allowed to venture places. Obviously, we'll get in trouble. You understand? And we'd literally getting beaten. You understand? And the way how we were getting beaten, it's like, damn, okay, now I understand. That's not a safe place. You get me? We've been there 3-4 times, and you've told me, and you've let it slide.
but don't you think it have the opposite effect sometimes?
And if you didn't beat me, we would have kept going back there, and maybe one of us would have died. And then what? Because you didn't want to beat me, because it's going to have some adverse effect. What, somebody died? Or somebody got seriously injured because we didn't want to listen? You understand where I'm coming from? Sometimes physical force is needed. This is why, like, say, for instance, they got the knights, the police out there. You understand? So when you're not stepping in line, they will come and they would use the physical force to let you know, step back in line. You understand where I'm coming from? So physical force, no matter how you look at it, I get what you're saying. I believe I do get what you're saying.
No, go on.
Because my
I'll
3 kids,
rebuttal.
I've only probably ever beat them 3-4 times, all of them put together in their whole entire life. And that was a serious situation where my heart was like, oh God, oh shit. You understand where I'm coming from, right? I learned how to just like talk to them, punish them in different ways and explain certain things.
That was my point.
You understand? But they were good kids to begin with. They never really gave me that type of hassle. It was just certain scary moments that really had a dad's heart beating. You understand? So I had to, yo, don't scare me like that. I'm glad you're alive though.
Well, I would say,
go on,
honestly,
go on.
and I know it's just only my example, but I would say I was prevented from doing a lot of bad things by the fear of getting beat. So again, I'm not advocating for it, but I don't think it should be completely off the table, because I think a child should know. We would want, in the ideal world, your child's gonna do what you tell them to do because they're just good kids. That's not the reality. Yeah. Some kids need certain levels of consequence to their bad behavior.
I was saying it's like a last resort thing.
Yeah.
It's not the first to jump to.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
now the way
finish. Go on.
I know what you're gonna say, because to be honest, the way I was brought up,
Yeah.
it was almost like the first resort, not the last.
Yeah.
But as I grew up in that way, I've tried to, and I admittedly with my first 2, no, mainly my first 1, but 1.5,
Yeah.
I was still in that mindset of first resort, because I didn't know how to communicate. I didn't know any other way of
But your learned
parenting.
behavior. Yeah.
But as I learned my last 2, and mainly my last 1, to be honest, different approach. Like, it's been years now, since I even raised a hand. But the reality of it is, all 4 of them know it's on the table.
Yeah.
And I think to a degree, there's a part of me that thinks that's what keeps them more in check than anything else I may do.
And guess what?
Is it?
You need to know, right? Because guess
say
what now? There's no fear of you getting beaten at home. You can do what you want. Oh yeah, go out there on road. Go out there on road and do stupidness and think other people are going to think like I do. Because I don't beat you and I talk to you and I discipline you nicely. Oh yeah. Go out on road and do the same crap you do here with other individuals, and let's see if you come back home safe. You either end up in a body bag, or maybe you the one that end up in prison. You understand? So already, man's putting you in that mindset. Move correctly, innit?
Mine's is the
Because
opposite.
other people, nah, I'm just saying, right? Because them beating helps from young, puts you in the mindset where, okay, move differently when it comes to other people, because your actions have consequences.
I
You
was
understand?
raised with a whip in Albania, a farm. We were 13 kids,
What?
so plus all the uncles. We were in a house, big house, like huge house, like 25.
How many siblings you got though?
0. No, I'm sorry, but my dad and father left me when I was a kid. There was war and stuff in Albania, so I lived with their brothers and sisters, which were almost my age. I was raised with a whip. Once only I remember that day. Now still, I was whipped. I was the nicest kid in the family. I was whipped once because I just went in the street, right? I was 4 years old. I just wanted to venture. I used to venture in mountains and not in the street. The street is more dangerous than the mountains. And yeah, they just like said, yeah, happens if you do a mistake again, right? And they never did mistakes.
But go back to what he said.
Yeah.
By having it hanging over your head, even whether it's indoors or outside, having some kind of repercussion hanging over your head, it keeps you from making certain stupid decisions, certain stupid mistakes that you shouldn't be making.
Go on, because you
Go on.
I'll be waiting for
yeah, go on,
Yeah. Go to.
Look, don't get me wrong. I didn't say it shouldn't be off the table. I said that you put it nicely. Do you understand? And we had this conversation about parenting plenty of times. You always raise your next kid differently than you raised the previous one because you want to do better.
Yeah,
do you understand? And I understand that fear and respect is something that sometimes human beings need to have for another to prevent them from doing certain things. I'm not saying it's off the table, but I'm saying there's levels to discipline.
Yeah.
You can discipline, you can smack your child, but when it comes to the point where you're seeing red, and I've seen plenty of parents like this, and know plenty of parents like this, when you see red and you're beating your child with a stick, a belt, all these types of things, that's abuse. That's not discipline. That's a parent that's lost control of the situation. Do you understand? This is what I'm talking about. And a lot of us, being African and West Indian, and even Italian, a lot of people go through this. Do you understand? We've been abused as kids, and it's not right. Do you understand? This is learnt behavior, and it's learnt behavior that's not conducive to a healthy child when they're growing up, because it can go either way. You can be that strict parent that beats their child, and that child grows up to resent you, or they might rebel and end up doing something that will actually get them killed. Do you understand? Because they you have to remember, kids are their own people as well. How dare he beat me, blah blah blah, and end up doing something reckless and end up dying. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is that it can be on the table, but it shouldn't be your first resort. Do you understand? It shouldn't be your first go-to. You should learn how to be a better parent as time goes on, or learn from your parents. Don't try to replicate what your parents put you through. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
No, I think we're all in agreement on that too. Yeah.
But again,
we want to avoid what our parents passed.
Yeah, we don't want to continue the cycle of certain traumatic experiences we were put through, or our parents were put through, or their parents were put through, and just continue. We need to get better. Do you understand? There's better ways we can handle things, and it not always has to be violence.
I hear you, but violence is one quick way to make a lot of people stay in their place. I'm just saying, violence is like at certain times it's definitely not needed, but I don't think it's something that should ever be off of the table.
Majority of the time is not needed. That's my point.
But I don't think it should. A little smacking or a little Brock jaw. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Should never be off of the table, bro. Because certain people out in society needs to learn how to move correctly.
We're talking about family. We're not talking about strangers.
Family can get it too. Family.
Let's rephrase.
Let's put a disclaimer on there. We're not talking about kids. We're not talking about
family members, like cousins and brothers.
Put a disclaimer on this.
Hey, you know how much time I tell my youth, listen, let me show you something. Because as I said, I've only like my oldest now is 17, and then it's like 15. Then my son is like 11, 12 now. I think 12. Yeah, right. And I tell them this, right? You know, Daddy loves you. This old, tall, gangly macaroni loves you. But you guys know what I'm like.
I'm gonna make another point. Go on.
And you see the day, any of you. You see your mum talk to you, you just want to sit there and make her talk to you twice. You see the day, any of you disrespect your mum, you know I'm removing you from this planet. You definitely know I'm removing you. I'll give you all the freedom to do what the hell you guys want. And you guys do that correctly. But that's one thing I never want to see from you. Your mum asks you to do something, you get up and do it. Snap. You hear me? There's no sitting down, mum, I'll do it. You're doing it now. You hear me? Yeah, bro. Listen, they know. Listen, Daddy loves them.
That's a warning.
It is a warning.
Yeah, you didn't beat them.
It is a warning.
You used your words first.
This is it. Yeah. Obviously, I've had to, as he said, I had to learn that. As I said, after the first couple times, I don't know if it's because my heart melted. Seeing my daughter there crying, even though I know I was doing it I think I was doing it for a good reason. And it's like, nah, fuck. There must be a different way of dealing with this. And then my baby mom showed me certain things. You get me? I should learn from some of these TV programs and flipping Channel 5 and BBC One and them thing there. You understand? You can just take away stuff that they like. Stuff that they like to do. You can punish them with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And as I said, if all that don't work and then the beating don't work, then we have to think, wow, there must be something else going on in here.
You have to go back to the drawing board. But I think it's especially when you have daughters. A father's relationship with his daughter is so important to her future with men. So if you start beating your girl and then you're telling her you love her at the end of it, what is that telling her with her future relationships? This is love. Do you understand? So when her man starts boxing her because he doesn't like what she's doing, she thinks this is love. Because this is what daddy did. Do you understand? And this is what I'm talking about. You have to be very, very careful. I can understand when it comes to boys because we're rambunctious, we're physical and things like that, and we learn different ways. Like, but women are so precious and so delicate. We have to treat them a different way. Like, trauma makes a man. Trauma breaks a woman. Do you understand? The more trauma a woman's been through, the more damaged she is. The more trauma a man goes through, the more stronger he is.
Okay, so
mentally and emotionally.
So basically, if female is acting outrageous, not listening, doing yada yada, she's probably 12, 13 or 14. What's your suggestion? You get me? We've tried all the mediation, the sit down, the family talk and all this. So what would be, your next option? Because she's unruly now. She's staying out. She's doing whatever she wants. She's probably going to get pregnant soon, whatever.
This is going to sound very...
What's your next step?
This is going to sound very judgmental, but if you got a girl child at the age of 13 and 14 and she's acting that way, you've made mistakes along the way. What did you do or didn't you do as a parent for her to act this way? Because children don't just act out for no reason. There's always a reason behind it. Either they're being neglected and they don't know how to process it, so they're acting out a certain way, or you're overly bearing, or you're overprotective. You spoiling the child so they have no discipline, no boundaries, no nothing. So you need to look at the drawing board, and you're the parent. Do you understand? You're the adult. You should have the mental capacity to understand why your child is acting the way the child's acting, and you need to know what you did or didn't do for the child to be acting this way. Because,
and I'll tell you what I didn't do. I didn't beat her. Her mum didn't beat her. That's why she's acted this way. Because there's no consequences, as we know, for women in society, even young females.
But like
so
you said,
even if you at home ain't doing your job, even giving them a little slap on the leg or something, you understand, punishing them, you understand, because as I said, like, it might get to the last resort. You have to put hands on your youth, blood. You're not going to want to at that age, whatever the case is, but it might come to that point. You understand where I'm coming from? Are you willing to do that? You get me? Are you willing as a father, as a mother, to do that? Because now, guess what? You're probably hanging around with your friends and, you get me? You probably had a decent upbringing. You probably listened to your parents this far. But now it's a new experience. You get me?
But at that point, you should have instilled certain ethics and morals.
Maybe you're not willingly getting yourself into trouble. You're just maybe hanging around with bad company. You understand? And even though maybe bad company's still at your school, so even though mum and dad say don't hang around with them around the neighborhood, you go to school, bad company's still there. So this is what I'm saying. What length are you going to do to discipline your daughter? You get me? like it's a deep one, fam. You get me? As we said, we can beat our son because men are tough. They run bunks. They can deal with it. Get me?
I didn't say beat.
Are we trying to say female are weak and they can't deal with such?
I'm saying that they handle certain things differently than guys do. And if you want to call it a weakness or a vulnerability, they're more vulnerable than men.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that, again, kids act out for a reason. And this is an issue I have with what I've seen when I've been growing up.
Go on.
A lot of parents are not parenting. They're
raising the kids.
They're raising their kids.
Yeah,
Do you understand? They're providing the necessary things for them to survive.
Facts.
But that's where it stops. They're not installing ethics, morals. Do you understand? None of this stuff is going on.
Characteristic culture.
Yeah, none of this stuff. They're not having conversations that they should be having conversations with them on a daily basis. They're not in their child's life. Do you understand? There's no family unit where you're sitting down at dinner and let's have a conversation with your child. what's going on in your life? You know, you can talk to me about anything. Do you understand?
Yeah.
They're not building relationships. It's just like the child is calling out for help, whatever the case might be, because it's not getting the necessary love it needs in certain areas. The child breaks out and does something. Your first go-to is beating them.
Or shouting some
Or
profanity.
Yeah, whatever the case might be. You're not understanding why this child's doing what they're doing. And that's what my whole point is. I'm not saying take it off the table, because your child is sometimes the reflection of who you are as well. So you have to look at yourself. So if your child is unruly, fair enough. Discipline them. Do you know what I mean? But again, do some sort of introspection, because kids are sponges. They're only looking at the environment they're in and acting on that. But that's what I'm saying.
It's like going fast in the car. If you go fast in the car a lot, your kid will go fast in the car probably.
Yeah. Because they've learned how daddy drives, so therefore I'm going to
they
drive
think
that
this
way.
is normal.
Yeah.
No, maybe going fast in a car can create a certain fear factor for certain people, give them that roller coaster butterfly.
Yeah. When you do the
So I'm just
incident,
saying-
if you do the
it's
accident,
exciting.
you
It's
learn
dangerous,
from it.
but it's exciting.
that's still violent.
Like what I'm saying,
That's
like
safe.
I think we've been taught in a way, and we refer to certain violent actions because we know it's one of the quickest deterrents from people not doing what we ask them to do.
It's lazy.
Personally,
Yeah,
I
that's where I'm
also,
coming
think,
from.
I also think is really being a parent is not easy.
It's not.
at all. It's probably the hardest thing in the world in my experience, and it's like it's like Silent Business hit the nail on the head when you gave the analogy of the fast car.
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, no, the other consequence could be that it teaches the kid never to drive that fast.
Yeah.
You just don't know. Kids are so
That's my point. It can go both ways.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, it can go both ways.
So my thing is, you could raise what you feel like is, and there's no such thing as the perfect child, but just for my example, you can raise what you feel is like the perfect child, and that individual grows up to be
the mass murderer,
the worst adult, the worst.
Yeah.
Or you could be raising someone who you're just projecting to be. Listen, this kid don't listen. I see nothing but prison or something for this child.
Yeah.
And he or she grows up to be like, it's just so, when you're
It's
dealing with
difficult.
humans.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that don't add to the trauma. That's what I'm saying.
But still, they're gonna still need to learn certain experience, how to work, how to do brain activities and work with certain experience. Because when you come out into the real world, it's gonna be way more traumatic than what you experience at home.
But the thing is,
So you need to experience some level of trauma or whatever you want to say at home. Because when you come out in society, what they're going to do to you is way worse than what you're getting at home.
no, but if you've built your child up, which you should build on your child up mentally strong, it doesn't matter what they say out there, because this child is mentally strong. It don't mean that you have to put them for. Say again.
They will understand the
Yeah,
word.
but this
you
is
don't
the
have to
thing, though.
put them through trauma to say, you know what, the world's gonna be worse than what I did in this house.
Yeah.
They more than likely gonna do the same thing outside in the world.
Yeah, but you can build mentally strong people and they still can be silent people. Like we're seeing this day and age in society.
What do you mean silent?
We got some very strong people out here, even strong personalities, but certain people can't say certain things. You understand?
They won't.
They're
they won't
silent.
speak up.
Certain
They won't
people
say-
are strong, minded and even in physique. They can't utter certain things in scare of being cancelled or some kind of repercussion. You understand?
But
So I'm just saying.
This might sound a bit mad, but you should be in a
I know I sound mad too.
but you should be in a position where you have to be careful or think twice about what you say. In this world.
It's not everything that comes in your brain you are out.
Yeah, so sometimes we should be in a position where there's going to be consequences to what you say. So sometimes I don't have an issue with the cancel culture to a certain degree, but it gets ridiculous. But again, you can't put parameters on it. You can't box it in because people are going to take it and run it whatever they want. But again,
No, I
people
do
should
have a
be-
problem with it, but I get your point. Yeah, but I think the emotional intelligence is teaching your kid when
Yeah.
to speak up and when
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
when is the
you
time
shouldn't
to
fight
not say
every single
anything. It's
battle.
not every battle you
should
need
fight.
to air out.
Yeah.
But bro, again, I just go back to I just look at I look at society as a whole now. And yeah, there's many other factors. Social media plays a role in the way the kids are today. But I just feel like we were just so much more resilient, man. And part of it is
We were.
the beat. For me, part of it
Covering up.
was the beatings.
Bro,
Part of it was.
I never got beaten.
That's why you're not as resilient. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Like-
Now,
Brother, you know what it
Do you know what I mean?
You know what it was?
But-
you know what it was?
It just shows that you don't need to go to the violent side for
No,
a child to
of
come
course
out
you need to
to be.
understand.
but then
Yeah.
When we were young running about, we weren't constantly inside playing video games. This is what you need to understand. So we were being held accountable by our peers. You understand? Because every group has a certain social hierarchy where sometimes you have to work your way up. You get me to even
but there
come to
was
the.
I don't know what you said, but there was an element of violence. There was a sense
Yeah.
of violence.
You understand? So
you're
you
either getting
can't-
thumped up by.
Or if you're probably not being protected by us around here because we're from the same area, you go out there, you might get bossed up by others, and then what? Ain't nobody backing you. So now it puts you in the mindset that you have to act a certain way. You understand where I'm
But
coming from?
I was both. I was playing out and I was in as well. So again, it depends. And like you said, you can only do so much, but at the end of the day, the child now a grown teenager, adult will go their way.
Of course,
they're gonna end up the way they're gonna end up.
I get what you're
But
saying.
what I'm
Just
saying is
limit the
just don't add to the
chances
trauma.
of them going.
being a
Fair,
degenerate.
regardless
Yeah.
if you add to trauma, but obviously don't pile on it. But the best thing you can do is just build them with the tools to be responsible out there. I understand, and that's like the best thing you can wish for. That you grown them up enough to make responsible decisions.
Yeah.
Or you grown them up enough so you can help them minimize most of the.
the wrong decisions.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Talking
And
about
that's
the
the
child
best you can
traumas,
really
guys.
do. Because as you said, they're gonna do what the hell they want.
Yeah,
God,
at the end of the day.
Talking
Hopefully they're
about
sensible.
child traumas, I don't know if you know that is a horrendous thing. I don't know if it's
You're
the right.
traumatic, you, Red.
No, man, the Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
What you talking
just,
about? What you saw the other day?
bro, this is just
What-
fucking universe
something about-
glitching.
He kissed.
No, he kissed. No, they just kissed. So he kissed in the mouth.
was-
A
bro,
kid.
I saw it.
He
It's
put his
fucking
tongue
disgusting.
out. He said, "Suck my
suck my tongue.
in fucking live. He excused like a official excuse. Oh, I'm sorry for the family. What the fuck?
Wait. So he-
there are two
Dalai
types
Lama
of trauma.
did
This is
this to who?
a kid.
A kid. A kid.
Live on
Live on TV, live, not even recorded, live on full live TV.
Bro,
Imagine what is
it's-
behind
it is
the camera.
Absolutely. I couldn't.
I'm saying
Man
to
has
you,
to
man.
pledge his allegiance.
Leave the kids alone.
Man has to pledge his
Leave the
allegiance.
kids
'Cause it's
alone.
Listen, because it's no different with what Biden does.
Losing his
You
mind.
get me? We've
see that
seen the
creep.
clips of
Yeah,
Biden
he's
touching
a
up the
creep.
youth them
But this
But this was
consistently.
worse, bro.
You get
I
me?
saw the title and I watched half the video. I was like, I can't even watch.
No,
the
man,
actual act.
it really does that.
It's
Literally
disturbing.
put the tongue out and it says like suck the tongue.
He was kissing
it's-
the boy on
bro,
his lips.
Brother, don't you see what's happening?
Bruv.
This is
So you see
Buddhism.
what's
He
happening?
just broke like
The name
Buddhism.
Dalai Lama
He was
means
so
a lot
big.
to a lot of people.
It
You
means a
understand where I'm
lot
coming
to a
from?
lot of people. It's absurd.
So, just imagine, I'm going to get back to the Dalai Lama. Just imagine you're Just Pearly Things and you interview that racist guy, that Nick Fuentes now, you understand? And some people unsubscribe to your platform, but majority of people are still subscribed to your
Yeah.
platform. You understand? They're your loyals. Kind of like with the Dalai Lama. You understand? They're using him now to say, all right, then cool. Make people think it's okay for young youths to be sucking your tongue, blood.
Yes.
You understand? So even
bring
he's
it-
a puppet.
Yeah.
He's clearly
Normalising
a puppet.
that
So
behaviour.
What man in the right mind would
you,
think
man.
that it's okay?
Never. No lie. Imagine what does behind live. What these people is actually doing. God,
Man, these
imagine.
people
Like he maybe thought, oh yeah, I'm not on live, I can do it. I don't know.
So this is what I'm saying. All these images and superstars and people that they want to seem like, oh, they are righteous and they're good and
We don't
they
need to
speak up for
idolize,
you.
yeah.
Listen,
No idolize,
people
yeah.
are running behind these as their false prophets and
Yeah.
you
yeah,
understand?
absurd.
Taking their shit as gospel.
Yeah,
Oh,
For-
they did it, so I can do it. Oh, nobody's saying nothing, so it's all right.
30 years, guys. 30 years is being seen from, like 300 million people, like, idolize him as a god. This is absurd.
Just imagine how many other kids he's
Not
done
as a
that with.
god, but
Behind closed
yeah,
doors.
imagine.
But the thing is, my brethren from work said this to me yesterday because we were talking about. I think we were talking about that. He said, if you're a
check the
virtuous, moral person, would you have reached that height of celebrity
I'm gonna
status?
finish in 5 minutes. Go on.
If he was a virtuous, moral person,
Yeah. Would you have reached that high celebrity status of the Lama? Wouldn't you be somewhere in a cave or in a mountain doing your thing?
oh, I get what you mean. Would you?
So
be,
you,
yeah.
so you must be within those circles for you
Yeah,
to
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
one of the most famous men in the world.
To be honest, if you have that much influence, you should have had a lot more impact. You understand? Not just people saying they know the Dalai Lama and he just showed up and read 2 books and had a conference and shook 2 hands.
What is the Dalai? Sorry, guys. What does the Dalai
He's a
Lama
Buddhist.
do?
He's
He's basically the saint, the cape, like the pope.
Okay, for
of the
Buddhists.
Buddhists.
yeah, religion.
Okay.
And this is like the Buddhist is the second religion in the world because China.
Second
and all-
biggest.
Yeah, second because there is China and all this. Like,
See what I'm
countries have
saying?
Yeah.
A lot of. It's absurd. Like this is one of the biggest. Like this is completely destroying now the entire Buddhist community. They are like, oh, what the fuck?
You see what I'm saying though? People look for everyone else to be their savior,
Yeah.
for everyone else
But
to be
themselves.
their secret source. They need to just realize it's you.
It's you.
No one's coming to
They're not
save you.
infallible.
No one is-
No one is. The person you look
They're gonna do
shits,
bad things.
farts, does all this the same way you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably is more sinister
Sick.
behind closed doors than you are. So stop looking for at these people as like your savior or your measurement for morality.
Greatness, yeah.
Yeah, like stop that shit, man. I get annoyed when people just seek other.
But don't you think that's built in within humans? Because automatically and naturally we build hierarchies. Don't you think the people at the bottom always look to people at the top?
Bro, let me show you what it is. It's just weak mofos looking to be saved.
Mofo.
This is why they build hierarchies and give other people power because, like, they're probably more, built for the job, whether it's physicality or
Yeah.
mental attribute when it comes to come up with ideas or
Yeah.
how we can forage, whatever the case
Yeah.
is. You understand? So they link up, it's like, rah. Man, like lions, for instance, you get me? Like, if they grew up together or whatever, one goes a separate way, this one, goes over there, but it's still in the same area of living. It's like, rah, man ain't got no food in like 2 days. You get me? I know, say my brother Lions over here. Just go over here and see what I go on. And if he greets me and lets me in, like, listen, me and him are gonna hunt. You get me? But I come on his turf, so you get me, I have to bow down to him. I know he's probably superior, more stronger than I am, because he's eating every day. I'm struggling to eat every 2 days. You understand where I'm coming from? They will come together and give him the power as long as he can eat and survive, innit? So some people naturally know they're weak like that. They naturally know they won't be able to survive themselves like that. So they want to get with a group, you understand?
For
But they can
survival.
survive off of the group.
Yeah.
Leech off of the
Yeah,
group.
and that's
And
just
do as
humans in
minimal
general.
work as possible.
Yeah, and that's human beings. Like we're not equal. Like no human beings equal. Men are not equal to other men. Women are not equal to men. Women are not equal to other women.
But the second you realize that,
Yeah.
you would stop bowing down to someone. You would stop worshipping someone as if they're the savior, because you'll realize that there must be someone.
But psychologically,
stronger or better than
we
that
all know
person. Hmm?
that. Psychologically, this is embedded in human beings. We know when we see an alpha. Do you understand? We know when we see people better than us, whether it be intellectually or physically. We know
Yeah.
this. Like it's an unspoken thing. So regardless if they consciously say, yeah, that person's better than I am, they know already. So their innate nature is to look up to them, regardless.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
tell-
but in the case of
it's mindset. Like, to me, a lot of the time you have to break mindset, because I do, like, I'm an imposing guy by my height alone. You understand? Sometimes I walk down the road, sometimes I see guys, you know, we do that little stare down, eye contact thing. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, cool, probably like, oh, you're wearing like good design, but I'm also thinking, if I can take him. Like, if it comes down to it, if it comes down to it, I wonder if I can take him, blood. And some guys,
think we all do that, don't
and
we?
some guys, listen,
Nah.
hold up, wait, one second. Let me explain. Hold up, wait. Some guys I look at and physically know. I can't. I just keep it moving. Some, like most guys I pass, I know say, listen, and I've got skill. It's not like I ain't got skill. I don't fight like some wild man throwing
Yeah.
wild.
And
you
that's
understand? I've
very
got
important
like,
as
I've
well.
literally got ability.
Yeah, because most people can't fight anyway.
I'll tell you
Do you
something.
understand where I'm
Yeah.
coming from? But certain people, even just the way how they walk, their head is up here, their chest is out there, and they don't even look that big. But there's just something about them that's so ominous. It's saying, yeah, let me keep it. You get me? You get me? Maybe we might have a conversation because something sparked off.
Yeah.
But certain people you look at, you just know.
You can look at certain
Bro,
people and,
I'll
and
tell
be
you something.
like, that person does some sort of
Nah.
self-defense or something like that.
Side.
I don't look at no man like that. I tell you, I've seen man get knocked out. I've seen man get wounded, finished by person you'd never give them 100.
Yeah.
I'll give you 100 guesses in a room with 100 people. You'll never get the
Yeah.
person. So from when I've seen certain things I've seen, I don't underestimate or overestimate anybody.
That's facts.
I'm not, yeah, it's facts. I'm not saying that we do. It's just a little play you do in your head, innit? Like, if I got to a fight, what would I do? You know what I mean? Sometimes you do that when you're bored.
I don't know.
But I'm not saying that you
But
can just look at
to
somebody
the-
and say,
to the alpha thing.
yeah.
Nah, I don't look at someone and say this is that. I respect silent
No,
Biz. This
no,
is
no,
his
no,
yard.
no.
Like,
No, no,
I come
no.
in.
Let me explain.
I'm saying it's a subconscious thing in the sense of, that's why I said it's not just physicality. Sometimes it's physicality, but it's intellectual as well. You can sit down
Yeah.
with somebody and talk with them and know that you're inferior to this person intellectually.
In this topic, possibly, yeah.
Alright,
But not in all. No,
Alright,
no,
then,
no.
put it
no,
this
no,
way.
no.
Put it this way. You can go into
What
a
are you
certain
talking
room.
about?
You can go into a room with a certain group of men, and instantly, by you go over that group, you can kind of already tell who's the dominant male of this group. You understand where I'm coming from? By your observation, you can already tell who's the dominant male of that group.
Yeah, who they've assigned to be.
You understand?
But that's how humans
it's-
beings do
You
that.
get
No,
me?
no, I know that, but what I'm saying for me-
Yeah.
for me-
and what we do, we're weighing up where we are. Whereas maybe, am I going to be chilling on my own? Like, am I going to go over there with that group? And socially, where am I going to be placed when I
Yeah.
go over there into that group, having a conversation?
You're looking
whatever
from
it
the
is.
outside in.
So it's not just like a physical thump down
Alright,
aspect.
perfect example is our
Yeah.
job. Yeah,
It's- yeah, our job, yeah.
When we go certain places,
Yeah.
remember, 9 times out of 10 we're outsiders, isn't it,
Yeah.
bro? Anyway, you know how I am. I'm talkative anyway.
Yeah.
I'll go in the mess room. I don't response who's in there. There could be conversations going on, and everyone could be like, I can identify who they seem to be.
Yeah.
But your rules don't apply to me. When I'm in here, your rules don't apply to me. So if his narrative, if the alpha's narrative is what everyone's just going along with because he's
but Junior,
I don't play them.
but
games.
Junior,
Like,
because you're the alpha. So you enter in the room where there's a group of people. There's gonna be betas and there's gonna be an alpha at that point. So when you enter there,
No, but I can't. But you can't be telling me I'm the alpha in every room I go.
No,
in,
I'm not
because
saying-
I don't go with. Like,
No, I'm
I
not-
do that everywhere I go.
but you yourself is the alpha. I'm not saying that when you go into a room, you might be a beta or you might be an alpha. I'm saying you're already an alpha. So it could be two alphas in one room.
Okay.
Depending on what we're talking about, it could be physicality. You might be a beta because the person's in there knows taekwondo or friggin' he does UFC. So you're the beta in that sense, physicality, but he might be dumb as
Do I
bricks.
know they? But what I'm trying
You don't
to
know that
understand,
until you spot you
put it
until
this
you look
way.
at that person. That person, yeah, I do MMA for the last 10 years.
Put it this
That
way. Put it
person,
this way.
you're the beta in that position, bro.
Put it this way. Put it this way.
In my head, I'm not.
You like put it this way. Now watch
The
it. Watch
illusion.
it. Watch it. Watch
No,
it.
I'm-
Okay, let me explain this. Right. Put it this way. He's over there with his group, right? And you've already deduced. Okay, he's the leader. He's the charismatic one. He's what I mean. He's the one that everybody looks like they just gravitate into. But you're alpha as well, and you don't mind chilling over here on your own. You really don't mind doing your own thing.
Yeah.
You understand? But let me tell you what the alpha will probably do. You probably see you over there gravitating on your own, like most alphas do. Like, yo, who's this around my region? He'll come over and say, yo, see what I go on. You get me? Even just to say, how you doing, mate?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
You know you want to
That
come over
happens.
here with us and chill. You understand? He's just coming over and
Yeah,
you
or
get
there might
me?
be conflicts.
You understand where I'm coming from?
To determine who's the alpha, and then you might find out you're
You
both
get me?
alphas and end up being
So
friends.
immediately
But
we go
subconsciously
and we
you do this.
judge
Yeah.
the scene before. You understand? We must judge we must judge the scene.
Yeah.
You understand? I get it. We're at a certain age where, like, even me when I go into work, but it's just easy for me to get along with people because I know a certain type of communication game. You understand? I'm there to get the money. You understand? I'll do that. Hi, dang, Governor. Sweet, mate. What's the football on the weekend, yeah? It's an easy thing, but guess what? You get me? I'll probably know who the alpha is out there, and then it's like, all right, cool, I'd rather communicate with that guy because I know the rest of you are going to slow me down.
Do you know what? It might sound. I don't
So,
want to be.
you
I don't
use
want
it
to
in different
sound.
ways.
I don't want to be pushing back too much, yeah. But I
Yeah,
just genuinely feel like
push.
what you lot are describing just sounds like too much mental space.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I don't entertain that. Like
No, I'm saying
maybe
it's on
I'm
a
just
subconscious level.
oblivious
Nah,
and
nah, it's
naive
more
to
subconscious
certain
thing.
things.
Yeah,
It's
it's
literally more
subconscious.
subconscious
You do it
thing.
without even knowing it.
Yeah.
But we're just articulating what happens.
But then when you focus
Nothing
in
you're
on it,
nothing you're describing sits in my head as
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do that.
Okay,
Nothing-
maybe we observe and we do it too
observe
much.
a lot.
Yeah, we observe a lot
Yeah, man.
and overthink. Maybe we're just those type of people.
All right, you've been around.
Yeah.
All right, tell me, okay, you tell me if I do it based on. All right, think about Wembley Park.
Yeah,
Do I just any situation? Do I do any of what you've described?
I don't know because, like I said, it's subconsciously. But I've known you for years now. You're one of my boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see you as an alpha. You go into any room and you act like an alpha. Nothing phases you when you enter any space. Do you understand? And you don't come off your square, whether it be conversation or anything. Do you understand? You're very similar to me. Do you understand? We can both walk in the room and just by us just articulating ourselves, we control that room. Do you understand? We do it subconsciously. We're just breaking it down what happens naturally. Cause we go to certain places and we just see this guy's a simp, and we can just look at each other and know what we're saying or what we're thinking. Do you understand? Like, this room is full of betas. They're pandering to this girl, or whatever the case might be. We know this. This is the unspoken realities we see.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head a little bit still, because you can, when you're listening to certain conversations,
Yeah.
you are like, oh, he's chatting shit.
Yeah.
She's just agreeing with him. He's just like going along with it. Yeah. Fair
Yes,
enough.
definitely.
And that's, I guess that's,
Yeah, and then you can tell the overconfident men that want to be loud, and you're the weakest in the room because you have to express your quote unquote fake masculinity in the room because you got insecurities, because you have to be the loudest in the room. Do you understand? So we say it all the time.
Yeah, fair enough. I stand corrected then, to a degree.
All right. Yes.
Camera just died again.
No. Which one?
Yours.
Hey, look, just turn that thing on me. Oh, he has to do all of that madness. Where's the camera on? Down there somewhere?
Oh, I got one more thing to say.
There we go.
Oh, now you
Going
switch? Nah, say your one more thing
Okay.
before we turn up.
going
Rewind.
back, remember there was 2 things I said we need to normalize. I mentioned one of them. Another thing we need to normalize is when you say, oh, we need fathers in the house. No, we need good role models in the house, because not every man that's a father is a good role model for their child. So we need to normalize, or we need to change the phrase of we need fathers in the house. We need good fathers in the house, because there's a difference between a man because you have to remember, sometimes the family or the kids or the mother or both are better off without certain men in the house. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So
I say you more need fathers instead of good fathers. You can get good dads that'll just walk over. You need men with leadership qualities in the house.
good role models.
Yeah, like whether it's uncle, brother, your baby father, your husband, whatever it is. You understand? Whatever you're choosing to lay down with as a woman, you need to at least know, like, you know what, this can change in the future. Do I have a decent role model for my child if that was to happen? You understand? Will this man be there for his youth, as well as sometimes I might fall on hard times, even though benefit system is there? Can he help and support? You understand?
I don't even think women think like that. Majority of them that are causing the issue, I don't think they think like that at all.
They're just in that carnal.
They're just thinking about the type of man he is for them.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about how he would be as a father. More, in my view, anyway.
No, because it's like what he said, and one of the questions he's given me in the past to ask is like, he said, what was he saying? Are women in pursuit of family or individual happiness?
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, there's a big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference.
There's
a big difference in the decision you make based on what you're solving for.
Yeah.
Because if you're solving for a great family, the man might not look the best. He might not, you know what I mean? Like, that man over there might aesthetically look better, and you might think he's going to give you more beautiful kids. But he's a dog, and he's not going to stay around.
That lustful nature in humans, isn't it, man and woman? That lustful nature. You get me.
Well, the thing is, it's like, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. What was the last thing you said about the woman? Yeah. Say what you said again.
Because, even from a man's point of view, you might have Becky in your office, right? Who's a 6 or a 7 out of 10, but her she's feminine. Her traits are motherly. Yeah. She's more likely to make a beautiful, a great mum to your kids.
Yeah, and I think.
But then you've got Carol, who's a 9 or a 10.
She's a bad bee.
But a bad bitch. But
but attitude thing.
Yeah.
But men are more likely to go with a 6.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the reverse, with the woman
will go for what looks aesthetically better.
Exactly.
Rather than the qualities that person has. And this is the issue they get into. So what was I going to say? I was going to say that... I keep forgetting what I was going to say. Let's move on.
But then it's going to be hard for that man to refuse the tuntun. You get me? If that 9 is flinging themselves at him because he's already built now a certain type of value for himself.
But there's a difference between committing...
Reverse it and think more like the woman. So the woman seeing a man who's a 9 or a 10 aesthetically, but always talking about, I fucked this one last night and that one the night before. And she can hear all these conversations he's having and know that he's not going to... But that will
sexually arouse her, though. That's the thing.
Of course it would. But if she's solving for a good home, she's not going to go
there
for
what she
there.
does, See, the difference is there's...
But she'll go there...
But curiosity killed the cat, though.
Yeah.
Exactly, but she'll go there, get what the book says it's going to give her on the cover, and then moan about it 3-4 years down the line when he's not around for...
Because at that point, the only thing in her mind was to be the one, the one that was chosen.
Exactly.
You get me? To be the one that...
That's her ego, though.
Yeah, like... You know what
And
I
that's
mean?
another conversation.
That
we're
goes
gonna
back to
have.
what you're saying. Does it?
Yeah.
So, do women? What was the question you told him to about?
Do women strive for personal happiness or
Thing?
family values?
Family
sort of
values, there you go.
Family. But the thing is, again, this is what I was gonna say. They look for their happiness. Like, marriages are not supposed to be continuously being happy. Do you understand? You're never gonna be continuously happy in a relationship, or marriage. When you have children now, it's your duty to keep that family together. Your personal happiness is now on the back burner. And a lot of modern women refuse to go through the rough times. Death do us part, do you understand? Good and bad, do you understand? And a lot of modern women don't want to go through the pain, the struggle. They rather break up, get funded by the state, and live their best life. And the thing is like, men are always held to their burdens, their burden of performance. Do you understand? The world holds us accountable, but it doesn't hold a woman accountable. So she can neglect her duties, where a man's duties is always static. He can't change. He can't say, I'm masculine on the weekends, or I'm going to be masculine for the right woman. Do you understand? But women get away with saying that they will be feminine for the right man. Do you understand? Their roles have always been interchangeable.
So then, do you have to give an air of credit to the new modern day woman who's saying, "I'm not gonna have kids because I want it to be all about me all the time"?
It's narcissism. We live in a
it
day and
is,
age.
but
of narcissism.
it's better that than have the kids and still say it should be about.
When I hear that shit, I'm gonna be honest. When I hear that shit, I just see a bag of people that's confused and suffering some next level emotional
that
damage.
emotional damage.
You understand where I'm coming from, right? Because as a man, in my head, when it comes down to the baseline, I'm to go forth and spread my seed.
Of course.
To keep the circulation of life going on. So when I hear you talking that shit, in my head, you are against the existence of man.
There you go.
You are against the existence of man. And from you against the existence of man, and you will doom the human race, that shows me you're fucking suffering from a deep level of mental health. You're confused.
Emotional damage.
Yes. You understand? When you're talking that and you don't see the base, you don't see the biggest, like the easiest picture to see, the biggest picture. Life must go on, then we can work out the problems in between.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can't be trying to talk about the fucking problems and no life is carried on. The human race is doomed.
It is.
So this is what I'm telling people, right? I know we're talking all this family crap and rare there. We can work all that shit out, but please let's make sure the human race continues. I know.
So you're saying, have the kids regardless of your view of the world.
We can work out that shit. You understand?
Isn't that putting fuel on the fire?
I'm saying baseline, when it gets to the baseline of women talking about, I don't want to have kids and I don't need kids. You understand where I'm coming from, right? And then when it comes to that baseline, because this is the narrative you hear being pushed. I don't want kids. I don't need kids. And a lot of them are actually dealing with this because Morgan Stanley, I don't know if you heard the Morgan Stanley report, right? Where they basically said by 2030, right, women over the age of 30 are going to be childless, single, unhappy,
I heard that.
and rare tear. So basically what Morgan Stanley or Morgan Stern, whatever they flip their company name, they invested in wines, cat food, all of them things.
food.
And this is a company, on their predictions, they never really miss. You understand where I'm coming from? So if they're telling you this already, they're telling you what to invest in. Maybe it's a marketing scam, but you can kind of already see it.
You can see it, yeah. Yeah.
So if the women are adapting that mindset and the predictions already in place and they're pushing for it to happen anyway, you know, you can see it happening. So this is what I'm saying, right? Are we going to talk about family values and rare tear and then birth rate, everything is declining and we think, oh, we've got enough anyway? No.
I think we do.
You
though.
understand?
I think we do. We've got 7 billion people on the planet. I think we can use some time to kind of unite the families first and then talk about reproducing rather than doing it backwards. Reproducing degenerates.
So what
Dysfunctional.
sorry mate. We are 7 billions,
Yeah.
but we are not making children anymore.
No.
Old people will die eventually.
Mm.
Believe
And don't
me.
forget old people and kids.
We will not be 7
kids
billion
that
in
ain't having kids that
2050.
are
We'll be
making up
much
the
less.
numbers.
Yeah, we'd be much
Yeah,
less.
that's,
But you have to remember,
It's actually risky. It's
Yeah.
actually risky.
But the thing
And
is,
and
those
once you're pushing a
statistics-
propaganda of this woke nation and LGBT
Yeah.
and feminism and women don't want to have kids and that.
Mm.
That decreases this 7 billion number, and then you have
Even
to
more.
factor in
It
old
does.
people, and then you have to factor in babies, infants, teenagers. You understand where I'm coming from?
does,
So the
but
number shrinks now.
it shrinks.
You understand? And
But
then the
where are we
people-
having this
Go on.
issue? We're having this issue in the Western world. So on the other side of the world, they're still having babies by the millions and billions. They're still doing it. They
but
still hold the traditional.
overall global population.
Overpopulation
Yeah,
is
but-
dropping
Declining.
every year
but,
after year.
but it's been declining for the last how many 50 years?
Yeah, but that's
dramatically.
because this
But-
agenda
look,
started.
look,
from-
look,
Yeah,
China.
but
What
what-
did China? They put in action a law.
Yeah, they had a
to
one-child policy.
No,
Yeah.
the opposite.
They've
no.
The boys.
reviewed. I know, I know, I know.
Because they basically it was
They messed up.
obvious.
They
They
messed
messed
up.
up.
Yeah.
They broke
About
their
old
economy.
boys.
They
Yeah.
could,
Old boys.
they could literally surpass America next year. They could surpass America. They will never surpass America now because they literally fucked up. They're literally in the point of no return.
Theirs is
Are they not?
irreversible now.
There is irreversible.
And that's
because,
the same thing. The mouse, the,
too many
the
old
rat
people-
study said.
Yeah.
There comes
Too
a
many
point
old
where
people,
it's
pensions.
the decline is exponential.
no young people, so
And
no
the-
one to pay pensions. So old people will suffer.
Yeah.
Right? There will be a lot of old people suffering. All females, Chinese females, are going away from China.
Yeah,
Males,
they're coming over here.
males is the biggest number, like 3 males per 1 female. So male are like virgins at 30, 40.
Yeah,
they don't
and-
fuck
and let's be
because
honest.
there is no females in
And let's be
the
honest,
mountains.
most other nations of women, they don't like short men. You understand? So unless you're leading with some shit ton of money, like this one child and work on.
But
Yeah.
I just think to the ear,
Yes, it
it
does
sounds
sound
wrong
mad.
to say.
It sounds wrong to
Just
say
have
because
the kid
we don't look at the
regardless of
baseline.
the-
We don't look at the baseline and the
disagree.
big picture. We look at the niceties in between. How it would be nice. How the utopic moment would be nice. But let's look at the bigger picture. Birth rates are decreasing. Like, and if it continues on this route, 7 billion, the numbers will keep dropping. And as I said, people are transforming, and other people are also transforming into woke nations and different.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from? And these people are adamant they don't want no kids, and they don't even want to have any kids to say, you know what, let me carry on my family legacy bloodline before I go do whatever madness I selfishly want to embark on. You understand where I'm coming from, right? So this is what I'm telling you. You can worry about the problem. Well, let's worry about the bigger problem. The issues of birth rates on the decline massively.
Yeah, but you have to look at other things like abortion. That gets rid of millions of people or potential people.
Does.
On
This is
yearly.
another thing they added, I believe.
And there's still another birth rate on the decline.
Yeah, another
So it's
thing.
still on the decline.
because they've only recently, I swear it was overturned anyway. Is it illegal?
What
It's
the
illegal?
Roe v. Wade thing.
Yeah, they are.
In certain
Yeah,
states.
so
Yeah,
in certain
so
states.
states
So-
can now
yeah.
decide.
Yeah.
So
whether they
women
wanna
can
make
still
it legal.
go across states and
They
still
could-
get it.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so they haven't completely eradicated it. So it's still available. But what I'm saying is that we still got 7 billion people.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can spare a few years to kind of get our shit in order where we know what a man is, we know what a woman is. Let's kind of get that
Bro, in
established
just a
first.
short 10-year span, people don't even know what a man and a woman is. So you telling me give us another 10 years where they're totally gone and confused, where 10 years from now, that's probably another, million, hundreds of million, maybe don't even want to have kids or some next madness going on. This is what I'm saying. The longer we're talking about pushing this crap and the birth rates on the decline, we're not seeing what's going on because we're being distracted with
true.
our
What if-
sad
it's true.
lives.
And-
We're being distracted with our sad little lives and think our sad little lives actually matter in the grand scheme of things. So when I talk about having the birth and all of that and then solve the problems, I'm talking in the grand scheme, bro.
It's true. And to play devil's advocate, to your point, Ty, is that shit. I literally just forgot what
You
I
lot
was
are,
gonna say.
the thing is, you lot are saying, you lot are got this picture in your mind that 7 billion people are not a lot of people. Those people still need to live out their natural life as well. And it's not like it's on a decline, but people are still having babies. People are still having babies in like the continent of Africa. Their population is going up. Africa has the youngest population on the planet.
That these scientists, they've mapped it in it, so they can see the trajectory is on.
Yeah.
And you have to realize that once the tipping point is hit, there is no reverse. So we can sit here talking about.
There is a problem.
We're talking about the Western world, though.
No, it's the whole
Bro,
world.
it's the whole world,
No, it's the whole world. That's the problem.
Global.
Look, you don't
It
understand.
factors in the communities and the societies and the parts of the world where they have the traditional values. It factors that in, but it's still saying overall the numbers are going down. So and who's to say once we solve this, man is a man, woman is a woman, there's always going to be a next.
Just turned off.
There's always going to be like a next topic that needs to be addressed, that presents itself as a more pressing issue that we need to deal with now. So it's
but we're talking about women wanting to reproduce and men wanting to reproduce. That's the main thing. If we want the birth rate to go up, that's what we're talking about. Everything else is irrelevant. We're particularly talking about the birth rate.
Yeah, but you're saying that what's hindering that is the whole concept of not knowing what a man is and what a woman is
That
right now.
feminism, all of those
That's
stuff
the thing,
are
that's my
contributing
point,
into
that
it.
Feminism, as we've discussed earlier, feminism will create new tentacles. Feminism's not going away anywhere.
No.
It's just gonna rear its head in a different form at some point. So it's always gonna be there. So we can't say let's pause reproducing till we deal with this whole concept of feminism.
I'm not saying pausing. What I'm saying, let it continue the way it's continuing. Don't just go out there tell men to be irresponsible and just breed everything we can because it's on the decline. What I'm saying is that a lot of women, we're having these conversations now. There's so many podcasts having the same conversation. And the thing is, there's a lot of women now coming out of the woodworks in their 30s and 40s saying, you know what, I got hoodwinked by feminism. I now regret. So they're talking to the younger women. So I'm saying that give it a couple more years, it's going to swing back like you were saying. It will swing back and forth. I'm not saying totally stop having kids, like sterilize everyone. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. But
I'm
it
just
won't
saying,
swing back by itself, though. That's the thing.
No, we have to have these conversations and do something about it.
A couple more years, you're just gonna have more distractions, more distraction that would actually keep you housebound. Yes, people. Hey, allow me on the Pringles.
I'll put it down.
No, I'm ready, blood.
As long as people are still having sex, they're still having children, whether you're housebound or not.
Yeah.
So,
There is a problem with
that is
this
on the-
because
Bro,
I'm
I
saying
thought you
that's
said
not,
you
that's
had
the
to
issue,
go on
but
the
as long as people are still doing that, then
there is elderly. For example, my father has 6 sisters and 3 brothers. My mother has 7 sisters and 2 brothers. They're all 10, 20, 25.
Yeah.
And there's some big families. Each one, or like my grandfather has like 10 brothers and 1 sister, 1 or 2 sisters, stuff like that. Every one of them has a lot. So I have responsibility fundamentally on all of them. If I stay alone, I have responsibility on all of them.
Yeah.
On all the elderly. And one day you'll be older and you want someone to pay for your taxes, for your pension. That is so important. That is the basic problem that no one thinks of. It's literally maths. If there is no more kids, no more than 2 kids per person now, from today basically, humanity is kind of screwed in general. China is screwed because of this. They literally fucked themselves. I'm sorry to say.
Bro,
this.
this
My
is what I'm
girlfriend is
telling you.
Chinese. She's telling me she
They
wanna go
use it.
away because he's getting fucked in a bit. He's getting
India
fucked.
is on the rise for the opposite reason. The India population is a younger population,
yeah.
and their numbers are on the increase, whereas China's is on the.
Plus, they have a lot of. Plus, they
they-
have a lot of females because most of men they just go away from India. They just go away. And a
That's
lot
what
of
I'm
females
saying.
stay there, so,
So
there
that's
is more
my
female
point.
per.
So I'm saying there's
per
still
man.
countries and continents that are going on the uprise where, like for example,
Yeah, but
China
only
that actually.
understand.
Overall,
I know
it's still
overall,
down.
yeah.
Overall,
Oh, yeah, obviously it will.
listen,
It will be worse.
Yeah,
it will be worse.
Because if you have
Look at the grand
1
scheme.
billion, 2 billion people in China and they're not having children, that is gonna fuck up the statistics of the birth rates.
Yeah.
because it's
No, India
Yeah,
has
but,
more
but
inhabitants.
India's got more than China.
India got more, not just
India's
they have
at
now.
1 point something.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
last
but-
month, last
yeah.
2
People,
months, it
look
just
at-
happens.
Look at the big picture.
Yeah, so I'm
Whatever
saying
good is
it's-
happening in India is
yeah.
wiped off by what China did done.
Look at the big picture.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
They're
to
using
a certain
any
extent,
form.
it kind of will balance
They're
itself
using
out,
any form necessary
Yeah.
to decrease.
the population.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's kind of wrong.
They give women flipping prescriptions. What 40 something different forms of
Birth control.
Birth control. You understand? Man only got what 1, 2. Mad
One,
thing. You understand? And obviously, some man don't want to use those forms. They just want to go raw gunning. You understand? But they've been forced to use them, and obviously they use other forms of, as I said, the woke nation. I'll put all of them in the bracket. The Transformers, the LG, the people that are literally delusional and think they're living on a different planet when they're here.
Yeah.
The woke nation, right? Yeah, like it's all a plan to decrease. You get
Yeah.
me? Because if you're even saying for yourself that nobody even needs to put nothing in your water, and you're saying for yourself, I don't want no kids, and I'm standing by this. And even when your time has passed, and then you realize, oh shit, and you're trying now. Damn, it's too late. You made your own decision. So they're even convincing you as well that it's the right decision. That you should want more out of life than life itself. You understand where I'm coming? You should want more out of life than life itself. That's a mad one. Understand? But yes, people, silent business. You know what time it is.
Just a messenger.
Don't